That is Tracy Kavai. And then on to the next one, we have Presley Philip. He is a communications major, Shine FM presenter, and he's also a marketer. Come on, let's give it up for Presley Philip. A round of applause for him. Thank you. And then lastly, we have Collins Muyeko. He's a law major, director, dealers, and this is Daystar Legal Aid Society. He's also an entrepreneur. So please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Collins. Yeah? And then I'll say it for the last time. Please, no cheering, booing. We do not expect to see signs or any disruptive behavior. Failure to adherence of the following will result in you being thrown out by our security guards. That is one. Number two, in the event, we have prayed against it, but in the event that there is commotion, we have our exits. That is exit 1, 2, 3, and 4. So make sure to make good use of those exits. And then every 15 minutes, I will be back here to just reinforce and keep you guys on track, making sure that we're keeping time. And then in the event that you have a question to any of the aspirants, there is a microphone over there and you will use that podium. So kindly just step up, say your name, your year of study, and your major, and proceed to ask your question. To our amazing aspirants, once you are here and you have been given a question, a timer of 2 minutes will be displayed on both ends. And as soon as your 120 seconds are up, your microphone will be put on mute. I hope we have an understanding, okay? All right. So you guys are familiar with the house rules, and I hope that we will have a smooth event. So we have had some QR code that was being projected. In the QR code, you can feel free to ask questions there. You can feel free to let us know what you are thinking, and keep it respectful, keep it mindful of the audience, because everyone can see what you're typing. And on my end, I have been able to allow for people to see who is typing what. So in the event that you are insulting either the aspirants or your opposing team, I hope that you understand action will be taken against you, because we are still under Daystar's code of conduct, and we do not want to see anything different being done aside from the rules that have been stipulated. In case you have any questions to the ECD, anyone in the reflector is your guy. Make sure you see them and just ask them whatever question you have. Are we clear, guys? So are you ready? Are you guys ready? Okay. Higher. So I think we are ready. So I'd like us to stand once again for the national anthem. Let us be upstanding. And then after that, the treasurer's debate will kick us off. So I hope the aspirants are ready. have your seats. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Just before we invite the treasurers, aspiring treasurers, I'd like to recognize the presence of our Dean of Students at the River, Rev. Mutinda. Let's appreciate him. Yes, Akopale Nyuma. And our Associate Dean of Students, Madam Susan. She's way over there, yes? And then, of course, our former President, Felix Ndoyule Pale Nyuma. Thank you so much. And all protocol observed. Our DCF Chair, Karibu Sana. Yes. So, okay. Treasurers. So once I call your name, let's try and keep time. So we have Kirui Abigail Chelangat. Kirui Abigail Chelangat. Where is she? Kirui Abigail Chelangat. Okay. Faith William. Are they here? I can see Abby. I don't see Faith William. Abigail, please make your way to the front. A round of applause as she comes. Yeah, let's just encourage them. Let's encourage them till they get here. All right. So that is Abigail. And I believe Faith William. So you can take your positions wherever you find fit. I don't know where. Yes, your mics are working. Karibuni sana. All right, over to you.
Silence, please. Silence.
Okay. I think we have talked about this, and we said there is consequence to your actions, and from the looks of things, you guys do not want to cooperate. So in the event that this continues, I will have the security take the guys out, and I am really serious about this. So please, let's give the moderators an ample time to ask the questions and do their job. You will have time to do that once the event is over.
Over to you, moderators.
Thank you. Once again, good evening. Absolutely good afternoon. My name is Collins Bieku. First, just to set the ground, please. We are on your phones. We are actually roads in sister. Feel free to be comfortable and relaxed. And please respond to questions, position, and examples. We'll go straight to the first question, but before that, I'll give you each 1 second to just introduce yourselves once again to the audience, just for clarity. I'll start with you. Go ahead, please.
My name is Abigail Chelangat Kiwe. Business Management Administration.
Okay. That's interesting. Chill, Juliani, please. Let's. Now, thank you so much for being here. On to our first question. We understand you're taking this bold step to be in this office to handle DUSA's finances. We want to understand, do you actually understand the budget that you're projecting to work with? So in the next few seconds, please just break down to us the current DUSA budget. And as you do that, tell us how different events, SWARE, FOCA, how the budget allocations work, and all that. And yeah, so I'll start with you, Ms. Faith. Please, your time starts.
The current
Okay, I'll repeat the question once again for the benefit of all of you. I'm saying, as you intend to take the office of the treasurer, we'd want to understand, do you have an understanding of the budget that DUSA is working with? So with that, you give us the total budget. For instance, let me give you an example. Soon, Kenya will be presenting its budget to the parliament, and it is projected to be 4.2 trillion. So for the DUSA budget, how much is it projected to be? And then could you also just break it down to us to understand, maybe SOYA, it is allocated this much, FOCA this much, Culture Week this much, Clubs and Societies Week this much. So that's what we want to understand, a whole understanding of DUSA's financial year in terms of a budget. Is that clear?
Okay. For the current budget that was allocated to the DUSA, for the SOYA and all other events, they were allocated different funds. Well, I wouldn't say that I'm familiar with the current budget enough, but presumably, because everything is going to go well, the whole SOYA and FOCA thing, and the whole SOYA and FOCA thing, I wouldn't say that I'm really familiar with the whole budget, but presumably there was enough funds allocated for each function. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Faith? No,
My
I'm sorry,
understanding for
Abigail.
Thank you. My understanding for the current budget is that it was allocated around 3.6 million. And for the SOEA, it was allocated 1.7 million. For the FOCA, it was allocated around 600 to 800,000, not sure. And for the culture, I'm not sure about that, but one of the processes of the DUSA budget is sitting with the council, consultation with the council first of all, then
Okay, remember you are eating into her time with your reactions, so kindly minimize.
then submitting the proposed budget of the council to the congresses, then later submitted to the administration, and later again, before submitting to the administration, first of all, sitting with the congresses and ensuring that they know what the budget entails, then submitting to the administration, then coming up, then checking on the between the approved budget and the proposed budget.
Okay, sticking to you, Abigail, and then back to Faith. Now, as you intend to take this office as well, number one, do you think that budget is enough to run the whole financial year? And if it's so, it's okay. But if it's not sufficient, do you have a plan to counter the budget deficit? And what's your plan? Who do you intend to approach, and how do you intend to approach? As you do that, also respond to the fact that you also need to give us some background info if you actually are familiar with, should I say, the finance sector. Have you been a treasurer else? Have you done anything involving finance and all that? Is the question clear?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So I believe the budget is not enough, and one thing I'm planning to do if I get in the seat of the treasurer is to go in partnership with some companies that I have worked with, like the Dollar Company, and also I've worked as not as a treasurer but a CFO in a company, and Raisi, and I know how the budget and the planning committee is entailed.
Okay. Mr. Faith, please go ahead.
I believe the current budget is not wholly sufficient to prioritize most of the prioritize most of the events that students need. So, and I've also worked closely with the finance department in the County Assembly of Kilifi. So I have I have knowledge as of budgeting and prioritizing. So companies I would work with, so sourcing for companies, definitely you have to have a well-planned budget and well-detailed budget. So for companies that I would plan to send my proposals to are revisiting maybe back
Okay, thank you. Final question from me. So this to Miss Faith and then Miss Abigail. So why should we trust you with the treasury position for DUSA? Why do you think you're the best person for this position?
Well, my passion for community is really driving me to push Daystar to a very transparent and student-centered school where focusing on the Daystar community is what I'm really passionate about, having an impact on my fellow students.
Okay. Moving forward to Abigail and to Faith, my question is from your, from the Constitution, the newly promulgated Constitution. Okay. I think the timer should be started. Oh, all right. So the Constitution mandates regular auditing of the student funds to ensure transparency and accountability. So suppose an audit conducted during your tenure reveals cases of financial mismanagement within your leadership. How will you respond to such findings, and what immediate and long-term actions will you take to address the issue, to enforce accountability, and to restore students' trust in your office as the treasurer? To begin with, I think we're going to start with Faith and then Abigail.
Okay. In a case of mismanagement of funds, I will sit down with the audit committee, review I will sit down with the committee and review the management, find the people responsible, and work closely with the school management on how we can resolve the issue. Okay, in terms of holding accountability in the next future, the implementation that I would have is to make sure that there's a well-defined budget that's there and put and have receipts come to me for evidence, close reporting, even monthly, or maybe even according to how the budget of a certain event is, to avoid future mistakes. And also, yeah.
Okay.
According to my understanding of the DUSA Constitution 2025, one of the functions of the audit committee is to audit the accounts. And one thing I believe about the audit committee is not just a sitting committee, but a committee as strategic partners. And I know their work is to ensure there's no fraud. And so I will sit with, first of all, before sitting with the audit committee, is sitting with the council and ensuring the budget that is put in place is transparent and accountable to every student and serve the benefit of everyone. Then again, after that, sit with the audit committee to ensure that they know what the budget entails, and also to ensure that every detail written in the audit committee is well detailed and as a proof of what is being used in the budget.
Okay. Okay, my other question, can we kindly continue? My other question, and this one we're going to begin with you and then her. You've talked about fraud. So, as an aspirant for the treasurer, position, what are the top 3 indicators of financial fraud that you're going to actively monitor if elected?
The 3 main fraud is where funds are misused. Another one is where the funds are taken without being proven where they have been taken to. Then the other one is it's where the budget is approved, but the money approved is not indicated.
For me, the top 3 that I'm going to closely put an eye on is fraud, embezzlement, and mismanagement of funds.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I want to start with Faith because you've actually pointed out something so interesting. And you've said something about not the budget of your docket. And just before I get into my first question, the question I just wanted to ask you is, what does that docket mean to you? Because if you think about it, we just don't want to put somebody who doesn't understand their docket there, right? So I just want to ask you, what does that docket mean to you as an aspiring treasurer? I want to start with Faith, then we'll...
As an aspiring treasurer in DUSA of Daystar University, treasury means transparency. It's not an easy position. It's a position that needs accountability and responsibility. That's what it means.
My understanding for being a treasurer is not just holding money, but being a steward of trust. And one thing for me, my vision is to establish a financial system that's accountable, transparent, and beneficial to all students.
Now I want to focus my next question on Faith, because Faith, you've actually pointed something. I want to focus my next question on Faith, because you've actually pointed something so interesting about not knowing the budget. And it got me thinking, because if you don't know the budget, how will you ensure transparency in monthly statements of expenses? So you pointed out something interesting about not knowing the budget. And what I just wanted to ask is, if you do not know the budget, how will you ensure transparency in monthly statement of expenses and the final annual report presented at the AGM? How will you know, how will you ensure this transparency if you do not know the budget?
Let's give her time to answer. Check. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Not knowing the budget wouldn't mean that I wouldn't transfer.
1, 2. Check.
Faith. Faith.
1, 2. Check. Check. 1, 2. Check.
Not knowing the budget. Not knowing the budget is not a factor that limits me to be
Higher. Remember to minimize your reactions. Minimize your reactions. Minimize your reactions. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I take accountability for not being closely informed about the budget, but in my tenure, I believe because I'm guided by accountability and transparency, it's going to be the number one factor. It's going to be the number one factor in my leadership as a treasurer in DUSA.
Now, Faith, it's not about you being accountable and you being transparent. What I'm trying to ask is, how will you ensure this transparency in the monthly statement? Because think about it, if the national government don't have the budget, or if the national government do not know the budget of the country, so how are we going to trust the government that they're going to help us as the public? How are we going to trust you? How?
Okay, let's minimize the reactions. Yes, Faith. Let's continue.
Reports on the monthly statements will be shared for students to see of how funds are being managed and how the council uses funds that obviously come from the students.
Now, my next question goes to the next Treasury aspirant. Now, what criteria will you use when consulting with the council to execute the student activity budget effectively? I'm going to repeat that once again. The question is, what criteria will you use when consulting with the council to execute the student activity budget effectively?
One of the criteria I believe in is the first of all is to make an
Excuse me, guys. Let's give her time to talk. Let's continue.
Make sure that each office, first of all, submit a structured proposal, then submit it to then make first of all a proposal to the congresses, then evaluate it with the council, then rank the priorities first. Then after ranking the priorities, take it to the council again for making the final proposal before submitting to the congresses. Then make sure funds are allocated prioritizedly, and then submit it to the administration, then back to the congresses.
Could you just? I want to understand what you mean by making a proposal. I just want to understand, what do you mean by making a proposal?
A proposal is where the council sit and make a budget first before submitting it.
Now, my final question goes. My final question goes to. My final question goes to Faith. As you aspire to have this docket, what are those financing skills that you think you have, that you think we as the people are supposed to put you in that docket? What are those financing skills that you think you have?
Okay, financial skills, connecting to how I participated in the county assembly. I am skilled in budgeting and organizing, and also I'm skilled in budgeting, organizing, and prioritizing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll now give the floor back to MC to have the audience ask questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now it is open to the public. I don't know what questions you might be having for the two aspirants. It might be directed or individual, but ensure it is within the confines of what we are talking about. So if you have a question, kindly, there's this podium over here. You have to come here, tell us your name, what course you do, and the year of study, and then proceed to ask your question. Remember, you have to be mindful, so the rules still apply. 2 minutes for your responses. Is that okay? All right, let's keep it down. Let's keep it down. Remember, we have security guards all around, and action will be taken for those of you that do not want to cooperate. Okay, welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Munene, majoring in IR, the School of Arts and Social Sciences. I hope this will be an eventful and result-oriented conversation. First things first, my question will go to Grace. Thank you first for aspiring. It is very great to see our women in these positions of leadership. My first question will be based on what the judge asked you. The judge asked you, why are you interested in this position of the Treasury? You said that, and I quote, I want this position for the Treasury because I have passion for community. Now my question is, the position of Treasury, it's not a HR business. It's a business of money. It's a business of numbers. So when numbers are involved, majorly or most of the times, the public opinion or the feelings of people are not really put into consideration because everybody wants maximum profit for the school and benefit for the intended actions. So I want to know, why do you want to be the aspirant for this treasury position? And please do not say for the passion of community.
Okay, thank you for the question. I aspire to be the treasurer of DUSA because I believe it's linked with even my course and the qualities and skills that I learned in my school to make the budget of DUSA transparent, accountable, and trustworthy.
Excuse me. Kindly, the question is not about your qualifications, but why, about you as a person, you want this position.
As a person, I believe I'm trustworthy and can handle every task that the DUSA treasurer
You have answered that it is because you are trustworthy. How sure are you within the budget of the hundreds of thousands that you will be on that you will be trustworthy? Be true to yourself, be true to God, and be true to the people of Daystar University.
Okay, I'll best that on the past attachment in County Assembly, I was able to close the payroll for the June 2024. I was able to close the payroll for the County Assembly workers of the June 2024.
I'm sorry, but despite the time frame or the time allocated for us to ask questions, you still have not answered our question. But it's okay, we'll move on. Please reflect on your answers. On you, Abby.
The other question will be based actually on a comparison between the two of you, okay? Because there's no other aspirant who has come out to be questioned at this public event. So I'm going to ask you, based on a question also by the judges, he asked, what are the indicators for financial discrepancy that you will be looking at? One of you said the indicators for fraud will be fraud, embezzlement, and mismanagement. That was you, Grace. My question is, you people have not told us the indicators. You have told us the financial discrepancies. They asked you about the indicators. What will you be looking at and say, oh, I saw Judge A doing this and this. I know there is something about financial discrepancy going on in this area. What are the financial indicators that you are looking for, kindly? Both of it is an open question for both of you. Start, Abib, kindly.
So your question is based on the current government, the current, or whatever is happening.
The question is, you people were asked about what indicators. Kindly, those whistling, please behave like educated people. Abby, the question you were asked was that, oh my.
Excuse me, guys. Tafadhali. Let's be guided. We are all adults, and we're here for one cause, I believe, and that is to see who will be the best leader amongst the two. So allow them to express themselves without you guys necessarily interfering. Excuse me, I will have you guys thrown out in the event that I hear whistles. Uko nyuma pia, and I'm very serious. And I don't know, nasikia tu, young man, you'll go out, and I'm not even playing. Umesikia? All right. So I hope, Aya, let's be guided, please. I'm sorry, you have the next 2 minutes. So this is the last question she'll be answering so that you can allow others to come. Is that okay? All right. So once, Abby, you've given us your answer, we'll appreciate this gentleman over here, and he will take his seat. Thank you.
I think it's a case where there's no receipts or bank statements removed, or where the statements of expenses are not recorded. I've answered your question.
In case of deficits, when the allocated budget was planned on and given to the responsible docket, and the event does not go as planned, and there are deficits.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate the gentleman, and let's appreciate our aspiring treasurers. Makofi yao tafadhali, let's appreciate them as they exit the stage to their respective teams, I believe. Okay. Thank you so much. All right, you may take your seats. You may have your seats. Aya, let's keep it guided. Now, on to the next one. I believe this is one of the segments we have been waiting for. And it's time for us to go to the gubernatorial debate. Are you guys ready for the governors to come? Let me hear you cheer for the governors. Come on. Yes. Aya, let's bring it down. Thank you. Let's bring it down. Higher. We're going to start with the governors, Nairobi campus. Yes? Governors, Nairobi campus. We have Ebi Kibisu. Ebi Kibisu. And then she's going up against Stefan Kashosi. Come on, we could have some music as they make their way on stage. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. All right, you can take any position that you deem fit amongst the podiums. All right, let's keep it down. Thank you. Aya, let's bring it down. Let's bring it down. So we are using these two podiums. Yes, kindly just make use of these two podiums. And then just a reminder of the rules. You have 2 minutes to answer each question. And for the person that will be asking, you have 2 minutes to ask your question. And then the panel will guide, okay? So let's keep it down. Let's keep it guided. And I hope we have a fruitful session. Over to you, panelists.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please be settled and please respond to our questions with exactness and precision. For the benefit of all those who didn't get to hear your names, I'll give you 2 seconds each to just introduce yourselves. Please, go ahead. I'll start with the lady. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ebi Kadenyi Tokyo.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kashosi Seti Stefan.
Thank you, thank you. I'll start with Stefano. I'll start with you. Now, do you understand where your roles are located in the DUSA Constitution? If so, you'll understand that one of the things that the governors in both campuses, they should be doing, it is to support or rather rally for student welfare and also co-curriculum activities. For co-curriculum activities, let me focus on sports to be exact. Do you believe the current situation with our sports activities, what do you think about them? Do you have a plan to elevate them to the next level? Do you have an actual plan, not just something being forged? And then also, how are you going to make it something to be embraced by those who are not currently embracing sporting activities and other co-curriculum activities? Respond to that, please. I'll start with you and then Ham.
Thank you so much for that question. Personally, I do believe that our sporting division is a bit undermined, and they deserve the best as they carry the crest and the logo of Daystar to the world. And so in my manifesto, I have an 8-point duty. In number 2 of my manifesto, one of my duties is to take care of the Daystar Falcons and ensure that I work with them, I hold their hands, and as we move further with them, I will work with them, being from Valley Road campus, surrounded by a lot of commercial areas. I will work with them to ensure that we get sponsorships and equipments for them.
Just a follow-up question. Just a follow-up question on that. You said you'll take care of them and then work with them. What do you mean by that? Look, we want to understand, how are you going to take care of them? How?
Thank you for that amazing question. Very easy question. The Daystar Falcon needs an active governor who listens to their problems. So when I allude to working with them, I mean sharing with them and hearing their concerns from all the captains of the teams and actually assisting them into the issues that actually matters.
What are those issues or problems?
The most common issue in our teams are the jerseys, the equipment, the transportation from the teams.
Interesting. Enough. We'll now hear from the lady. What do you have to say about my questions?
So thank you so much for that question. Currently, I'm also a sports person. I play hockey, and every time the Falcons have games, I go and support each and every Falcon. I go to all games, handball, rugby, football, hockey. I support all the Falcons. And so I feel like as a sports people, we are not taken care of well, because if you look at our pitches, as a governor, I'm looking at our fields, all fields for the hockey, football, rugby, our pitches are not well. And so I would want to partner with the school and make sure that all our sports people are catered for. Yes.
Thank you. To my next question, I'll start with the lady and then the gentleman. Now, just still sticking on the co-curriculum activities, Daystar has different clubs. Currently, I think not all clubs are that active. I don't know what's the problem. I'll first want to hear, what do you think it's the problem? Clubs not being that much active. And if they are, do you have also a solution to also make students embrace these clubs to not only benefit themselves, but also to benefit the society outside Daystar? Because some of the clubs, they're meant to not only benefit themselves, but also to give back to society. So what plan do you have for the societies? Also, societies in Daystar, when registered, they're given 10K as, I don't know, you'll also confirm with me, 10K for their financial year. Do you think that's enough? Do you have a plan to increase that? I'll start with the lady and then the gentleman. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. For clubs, actually, I have a club I started with my friends called Daystar Students Television. And what my club actually was looking towards is making other clubs active. And my plan towards making other clubs active, it's, these clubs come from different schools. And I would love to meet with, you see, the way we have associations, there are schools that don't have association. So my plan is to make sure that every school has an association. And when they have an association, it's when now the clubs will come into. I'll work with the chairpersons and the student body in the associations to make sure that clubs are formed and they start being active. And your other question of the 10K given, for me, I feel like the 10K, it's fairly. It's fair. Yes.
Thank you for that question. With the club and association, as you alluded, it goes to one of our duties in Article 24. And I want to ensure that I meet with all the club presidents and ensure the problem we have in Valley Road is student engagement, hence why some of the clubs find themselves empty-handed or have very minimal numbers. My plan is to get together with the different club presidents and engage with them on how we may further build a platform for each and every club to further recruit students into the different clubs and associations. Myself, being a student, I was shocked when I've never been approached by any club. Valley Road, we are suffering with seclusion, and it starts with our clubs, and it will be my duty to bring them together.
Okay. I'm going to ask my questions, and then we're going to start with the lady, and then the guy is also going to respond to the same question. So my first question is, why are you interested in the governor's position, and what specific initiatives or programs do you have, or are you going to implement to measure the success of your term, if elected?
Thank you for your question. The reason I want to be governor, when you check on the constitution, the governor's role, most of it is making sure all our sports people are catered for, student welfare, and so as a sports person, that drove me to vie for the governor's seat and make sure that every sports person is looked into, every sport is given what they're supposed to, and even taking care of the, social welfare. We have staff, we have the students, we have the cleaning people, the security. It's even to make sure the students are interacting with even the security and everyone to make sure our campus is well. Yeah.
The question on why I would want to run for governor is a good question. I have felt a deep connection to my students in Valley Road. I've been a Valley Road student for 2 years, and unlike my opponent, I'm not running because I'm a sports person. I want to take care of the sports persons, the international students, the Kenyan students. As long as you are a Valley Road student, I want to make sure to engage you in more activities.
Okay, my other question is directed to the sports budget, and this is my question. How will you team up with the sports captains and the dean of students to create a fair and a realistic sports budget for the whole school year if elected? Yeah, we start with AB and then Stefan.
Okay, so thank you for your question. For me, working with the dean and the captains is, most of the budget is just, it's given a draft. So for me, I would love for us to go with the captains and the sports people and the dean of students to go and check, actually, if you want equipment, we go to the place where equipment are sold and check them. We go to where everything is being held and everything, and check the prices so that we can come back and make the budget. Yes.
Thank you for that question. Being a business administration student with a background in accounting, I've already come up with a budget which is a comprehensive understanding of the budgets that will be needed for all our sports, working alongside our dean and a different sports captain. And I can promise to all my sport people, in my first 30 days, you will be given new kits.
So then, how are you going to ensure?
Okay. Let's keep it down. Let's minimize the reaction. Over to you.
Okay, then how are you going to ensure that there is transparency, accountability in the budget allocation?
Thank you for your question. To ensure transparency is working with the captains and even the Falcons in making the budget to make sure every Falcon knows how much budget is allocated and everything. Yes.
So I'd want to start with Tokyo, then we'll move forward to Stefan. Now, I would want to start with Tokyo, then we'll move forward to Stefan. Now, the question that I'm trying to ask is, from your experience as Congress and climbing to governor, because I believe that's what you're aspiring to be, how will you ensure proper service to all schools under your campus? And I want to link that question to my second question. And I just want to ask about the minority groups, because talking about proper service to all schools, I believe both schools have minority groups. So what do these minority groups mean to you?
So thank you for your question. And I bring back the clubs and associations. Working with all schools, there must be clubs and associations. And as I said, I've noticed that some schools don't have association. So my first plan is to all schools to have associations, and then now we can work together. Yes.
Tokyo, you've actually not answered my question. What I'm trying to ask is, I'm trying to ask, because I've actually asked you a question about proper service, and I've linked that question to the minority groups, because I believe different schools have the minority groups. So what I'm trying to ask is, what do these minority groups mean to you, and how do you understand these minority groups? How best do you understand the minority groups in different schools, in Nairobi campus and Athi? How best do you understand these minority groups? We'll finish, then we'll move forward to Stefan. You have 30 seconds, Tokyo. You have 30 seconds. I just want to move to Stefan, and I want to ask the same question to Stefan. From your experience as a congressman and climbing to governor, how will you ensure proper service to all schools under your campus? And I just want to link that question to my second question. And the question that I'm trying to ask is, there are minority groups in these different schools. There are minority groups in Nairobi campus and Athi River. So who are these minority groups, and how best do you understand these minority groups?
Thank you. With all due respect to the panel, it may look like it, but I've never held a Congress seat yet in my campus. However, I have emulated leadership skills, and the different minority groups, being the disabled, impaired, and all the other ones, I'm close with some of these students. I hear their troubles. In Valley Road, we have problems with class transportation, accessibility, and how the students are able to reach these places. In my space and in my capability, I am able to help them. However, as campus governor, I will be able to assist them even further.
Last question from the panel. Last question from the panel. Now, I'll start with the gentleman and then the lady. You understand, as young people, there's one constant problem that most of us are facing, and that is mental health issues. I don't know if you have a plan to counter that, because we've seen suicidal cases. Do you have any plan to counter that in Nairobi campus? Thank you.
Yes, I do believe that in my campus, Valley Road, the problem of mental health mostly comes from lack of student engagement. I believe if a student is engaged in school activities, school that actually help him grow emotionally, physically, and academically, we avoid in certain degrees the fall of him going deep into depression and other mental illnesses. And so I do believe the number one cause for mental problems in Valley Road is student engagement.
Thank you. The lady, please.
Thank you for your question. So there is a committee called Social Welfare. For me, I feel like that committee is the one that I'll use most of the time. I'll form the committee members. I'll form committee members that are under the DC3 and even the DC3 and even the Dulos people. They deal with helping students, mentoring students and everything. And so my first step is partnering with them and making sure that all these students who are affected by mental health and everything have a place to come to and, release it all. Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, so hold your positions. I think this is the place where I open it to any Valley Road student from Valley Road, because these are your governors majorly. So remember, you are not the moderator. You're just curious to ask a question. Are you from Valley Road? So I'd request to take your seat and then I'll invite you after him. Okay? Higher. Please. Yes.
Good evening, Daystar. My name is Owen Collins Ndegwa, pursuing a major in public relations, student, Valley Road. I've been in Daystar for 8 months, and my question is directed to both of you. Students at Valley Road often experience low engagement and boredom compared to at the river, right? As a governor, what specific strategies will you use to actively market school activities and also improve activities that will bring engagement and make them vibrant at Valley Road?
Thank you so much, Owen. It's nice seeing you again. Of course, I completely understand when you say there's low engagement for the different clubs, one which you are in, DC3. The problem that I've come to realize in Valley Road is that the different clubs, association, and other student bodies, such as DC3, DULOS, and DCF, are not given proper representation and a proper platform for them to be able to express their mission and what they want to achieve for these students. And so I, as a student, may feel a sense of seclusion unless I'm in DC3, unless I'm in DCF, I cannot participate in those activities. And I'm here to bring that bridge and break it. Thank you.
So thank you, Owen, for your question. And you've asked how will I market the activities that are happening in school. And so you find most of the days the students in Nairobi sit at the Freedom Corner, and to help market the activities well is involving them in, let's say, the video making, the reel making, and even making sure that you're telling them the event is this day, they're coming. And students love, refreshments. And so telling them that it's refreshments, they'll be engaged. Anything you want to do, you can do in that thing. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Owen. I'd like us to do it like Owen has done. Just do what has brought you here. You're not here to do follow-up questions. You're not the moderator. So kindly just ask them, what are you going to do for us? Make your question straight. Do not do follow-up. If you feel unsatisfied with their answer, please, you can follow them and follow up with them later. Is that okay? 2 minutes for your question, and then we'll be done. Karibu.
Hi, everyone. My name is Helen Karaoke, and my question goes to Ebi Tokyo. During your time as Congress in communication, what specific goals did you set, and which ones did you fail to achieve?
So thank you for your question. One of the goals I had set was bringing new equipment in both at the River and Nairobi campus. And before we got a new dean, I worked with the other dean, and now there are new equipment in both campuses. And then I wanted to improve partnerships. Apart from rural media services, I wanted to engage other media stations. And now TV47 and Radio 47 are also our partners. Yes.
Okay. My other question is, you're asking for a higher position. What makes your vision now credible than your past performance? Because as a communication student, because I'm talking on behalf of them, we never saw your performance, like how took we feel. So we want to know, you as a governor, because you want the seat as a governor, what will you do more? Like, we should see what you will do as a governor, and yeah.
And thank you for your question. The first thing I will do as a governor, there are projects that I was planning when I was the Congress School of Communication. The first thing I will do is work with the incoming congresses to make sure that those plans are implemented, and I will make sure that those plans have been implemented with the current congresses. And also, as governor, I'm also planning to do that things as a communication student, there are things I didn't do as a Congress, because, going through protocol. And so as a governor, it will be so much easier to make those plans come to place. Yes.
Okay. Oh, you have a question? Okay. So 2 minutes, and then we'll close off the Q&A for this segment.
Thank you. My name is Wanjiru Mutua, School of Communication, Valley Road. My questions are to Kashosi. You mentioned something to do with the budget. What constitutional provision allows a student not in DUSA to come up with a budget? As I understand at the moment you're still a student, right? And the second one is the budget your work or is that the work of the treasurer? Because you have stated that you will be drafting the sports budget. Okay, am I loud enough? I'll repeat the questions again. The first question. What constitutional provision allows a student not in DUSA to come up with a budget? And the second one is, because I understand you're still a student, right? And the second one is the budget your work or is that the work of the treasurer? Because you stated in your points earlier that you have, or rather you will be drafting the sports budget. So just help us understand.
Well, for some accounting knowledge, a draft is not a complete document. A draft is a perception. And
Okay, she has been answered. So remember, bring it down. Thank you so much. The tensions are rising, Sindio. So I want you to know, for the Q&A, it's the first 3 people that will come to the podium that will be able to get the chance to ask the questions. Sawa, we're working on a first come, first serve basis. Is that okay? That is in order. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to appreciate Tokyo and Stefan as they exit the stage. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Let's appreciate them. Higher. Thank you so much. Thank you. Higher. I want to teach you something, sawa? So if I say we, say wa. We, wa, we, wa. So I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Professor Muredi. We see you. Let's appreciate Prof for just making time to be here with us, okay? Hi, the tensions are rising, so I'd like to request us to stand kidogo tu, just briefly. Could we be on our feet? And just appreciate yourself. Men, ahu. Wanaume, ahu. Ahu. The ladies, hi. Ladies, hi. Ambia jirani, it's about to get hotter. I haven't heard you. It's about to get hotter. So the gava. Nasikia mnasema specific names. I don't know much about that. But my work here is to just call the gubernatorial aspirants at the River campus. And so we're going to give them time to come on stage. Is that okay? So ladies and gentlemen, let's bring it down. Let's bring it down. Let's bring it down. We have the first cleared aspirant, Kibet Adams, 2306. Where is Kibet Adams? A round of applause for Kibet as he makes his way on stage, Jamani. This is Kibet Adams, 2306. The first cleared aspirant at the River Governor. And then number two, we have the one and only Mutinda Justin. Mutinda Justin. All right. And then on to the third one. Hiya, Mutinda Justin is on stage. The next one is Jack Odira. Let's appreciate Jack Odira as he comes on stage. All right. We have Jack Odira. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Jack Odira. And last but not least, we have Ivy Wabomba. Ivy Wabomba. Yo, Ivy, as she makes her way on stage. Makofi ya Ivy, let's appreciate her, jamani. Karibu sana Ivy. Remember, the rules still apply. So the reactions of your supporters may directly affect your chances. That is one. Number two, you have 2 minutes to answer every question that is being thrown at you. So in the event that your 2 minutes are up, your microphone will be put on mute. Is that okay? And I hope you guys enjoy yourselves while you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, the gubernatorial aspirants at the River campus. Over to you, moderators. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And
Okay. Hey, come on. Ladies. Calm your horses. Is that okay?
No.
Is that okay? Remember, it's not about popularity. It's about what they have for us. Sindio. Let's give the moderators a good time, an ample time to do their job. Sawa. You guys will have chance to chant. Even you guys will get your chances chant. Is that okay? For now, let's have the debate. Sindio.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you. For the benefit of those who might not know the other aspirants, I'm going to give you each 2 seconds to please just introduce yourself. But I'll want to ask one thing. As you introduce yourself, clarify if you are a resident in Athi River or you're a commuter. So I'll start with the lady.
Hi everyone. My name is Ivy Wabomba. I study pursuing biomedical science here at the River. I stay in Grace Hostels. Yeah.
Good evening. So I'm Kibet Adams. I'm a third year nursing student, and I stay at the River campus, Imani Hostel.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Odira Jack, a second-year nursing student, and I stay in Athi River off campus.
Good evening.
Order, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Justin Mutinda. I am a second-year student in the School of Law, and I am not a resident.
Thank you. I'll start with you, Justin. Thank you for clarifying you're not a resident. Now, under DUSA Constitution, I'll take you to the exact session that I'll be referring. That is Article 22, subsection 1E. It says, one of the roles of a campus governor, and we're being specific to Athi River, is petition for students' general welfare, including fair rental charges for on and off-campus housing, security services, transport, and health. My question is, do you think the off-campus rental charges, they actually match the status of the houses there? If so, it's okay. If it's not, what plan do you have to mitigate that? We are not saying you're going to do that, but what plan do you have to mitigate that? And also, for the security issues, I think of late, we still have a curfew going on, but also as the curfew goes on, we've had serious breach of security issues, people being arrested. What plan do you have for the same? As you respond to that also, Daystar University has a corporate responsibility to its neighbors, let's say the off-campus. There's no security lights around Athi. Do you intend to find a way to approach the administration and see how best to improve the lighting around Athi? Because Athi is only for Daystar students majorly. So happy for you to respond to all those concerns. I'll start with you and then it will continue that way. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much for your question. First of all, the part that states on rental charges is section 22I, not E. And then I do not believe that the rental charges are fair, because personally I made it my personal initiative to go to each and every off-campus hostel and speak to people who live in each hostel and understand the issues they are going through. The major issues they are going through is water. Number one is water. Most campuses are facing an issue of inadequacy in water. Another thing is sanitation. When you enter some hostels, you can get shocked if the amount they pay matches the kind of services they need to have. I move on to the matters of security. I believe you've talked about people being arrested. First of all, in Kenya, according to Kenya law, you cannot be arrested if you have not committed a crime. And if you are arrested, kindly silence kindly. Yes. If you are arrested without proper cause, there is still measures to advocate for this. If there are arbitrary arrests, we have the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. We can bring the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to Daystar to find out why people are being arbitrarily arrested. Because if it's happening, then they can provide proof that it is happening arbitrarily. We go to security lights. The matter of security lights of campus. It is, the Daystar University is not mandated under any statute to provide security lights of campus. So how I would approach it, we have Coca-Cola stands all over campus. I was thinking maybe we approach companies and we tell them they advertise on campus and they provide for us floodlights of campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. On the housing. I think you've given me the issues. You've told me water, sanitation, and other issues. But I need to understand, do you have a plan to counter them? For these others, it's okay. But for the housing, you say the issues. Do you have a plan to counter the issues?
Yes, actually I have a plan. First of all, it is to create a committee called the Off-Campus Security and Welfare Committee. This committee will include the DVC ARSA, the head of security in Daystar, student representatives from each campus, and the owners and caretakers of each off-campus hostel. What this will provide is a community whereby we can keep accountable the owners of these hostels and the caretakers. For example, we had a fire at Krypton's. Why did people have to go for fire extinguishers at Orange County, where we could have compelled these people to have firefighting measures? So this committee will enable us to compel those who own these hostels and those who take care of them to legally, first of all, when they are raising rent, they raise it legally. Because it is illegal to just raise rent because of, you just feel it. You must state the reason why you're raising rent, and you must give people a notice. Then it is to ensure security cameras are working in every hostel to ensure that we can compel them to provide water. Because after all, this committee, if they fail to adhere to what we are asking them, we take legal action against them. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead. Your time is ticking.
Thank you very much for this question. First of all, I believe that arresting students, especially Daystar students without an emergency, is an outrageous effect that should not take place.
Remember, your reactions are eating into his time.
And about the off-campus welfare, according to me, it is not fair. The prices are not so fair, especially where I'm staying and all the other students. I've received complaints about the same things that my opponent has said, about water, security, and even harassment by the landlords. And yet, they come and complain to the student council. I worked with Churchill, the current governor, when such incidents are being reported, and I don't think that when I'm in that office as governor, I will be able to put up with such things that are happening in off-campus. So rental fares, it's not good according to me. They are not good.
So I'll begin.
About security.
Keep it down. Let's keep it down.
About security in off-campus. About security in off-campus, just as my fellow opponent Justina said, it is not our capability as student leaders, but just to liaise one with the school management and other outside parastatal to ensure that the floodlights are put in place. And I'm going to ensure that there is an ad hoc committee according to Article 51 of the DUSA Constitution. It will be called an emergency committee that will take place to take care of the off-campus issues that are taking place in our university. Thank you.
First of all, I'll begin by saying I am an RA in Imani East, so I know the housing issues. For example, water and food and all the welfare of the hostels. So I'll apply that in the housing. For example,
Let's allow him to speak. Let's allow him to speak. Let's keep it down. Let's keep it down. Please continue.
Yeah, so I normally work with the students. I normally collect feedback from off-campus students as well. So what I will do, I'll make sure that all the issues of off-campus have been addressed. We create a forum with the landlords and the students so that we address all the issues and we solve them. The issue of security. So I will talk with the students and make sure that they stay in school at the right time. The deadline for going to school is 11 of coming back to on campus. So I'll talk to the students and the rest. I will make sure that the police arrest. I will talk to them so that they arrest. In case they find you breaking the rules, I don't have power, but the police will do their work. Everybody will do his or her work. Thank you.
So on the issue of the rental charges, I can't speak much about the rental charges because I stay in hostel. But personally, I know we have hostels that are 17,000. We have hostels that are 11. We have hostels that are 9. And personally, I stay in Grace. So basing on where your pocket reaches, I think you can choose a hostel that is favorable to your pocket. And once your parent brings you to Daystar, you have that option of choosing basing on your pocket. I can't say I'll go and talk to the landlords because it's their business. It's their market job and everything. I'm a business person and I understand. So majorly, in terms of rental charges, I think they're fair. Choose your fit, choose what fits your pocket. In terms of security and street lights, I feel like I've been part of the previous leadership. I was the Congress School of Science and Engineering. I feel like we leaders, we have the mandate to do follow-up for security issues. So as leaders, it is our duty to follow up and go and ask the management, how can we go ahead of this? Because I don't have the expertise as a security officer. I don't know how it's supposed to be handled. So liaising with the correct individuals who have these predicaments of knowing what security issues are, I will work better with the security office and the management of the school and understand how can we deal with this issue of security. Because personally, I don't know how to handle security issues as per, but I am ready to learn and I will liaise with the security officers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next moderator.
Okay, so still on the social welfare of the students, there is this issue that has really been affecting some of the students, and that's transport, whereby, and I'm gonna give an example, where, you know, when you register to be a Daystar student, you're usually asked if you want to be an Athi River student or a Nairobi campus student. So if you choose Athi River campus, I do not understand why then you still need to have classes in Nairobi and you are still the one who paid for that unit, and again you need to pay for your transport to Nairobi. So if elected as governors, how are you going to handle that situation to just ensure that those who might have a class in Nairobi are going to be helped when it comes to that?
I'll be being the governor. I will have other council members to work with. And I'm an independent candidate, so I can't say who will be the treasurer or what. But whoever will be in office, I will liaise with the person in charge of budgeting so that we can have the slot for budgeting for those students and have our list of identification so that when they come in the morning for transport, there is that list with the head of transport. I think it's Mr. Kiema, to liaise with the students so that they can know this bus is for those students going for attachment, going for those classes, and they don't pay for transport because it has been slotted to the by the school in the school budget. And that can work only if I liaise with the management and the ones in charge of transport. Thank you.
So I'll collect feedback from the students first. I will listen to them to find their questions, their concern. Then I create a committee. The committee will oversee the transport sector, their issues. Then I will advocate their issues to the Dean of Students, Reverend Mutinda Musimi, so that they move forward with it, so that they help those who have those issues. Thank you.
Chapter 6.
Let's bring it down. Please, remember if he starts talking into his time, please start, Jack.
Chapter 6, Article 50 of the DUSA Constitution talks about committees. Among the committees that are there, one under my docket is the Transport Committee, and under my able Deputy President Kanu Mwaura Academics Committee. The issue is about academics and transport. I will liaise one with the Daystar Enterprise Limited, the leaders of the above organization together with the Dean of Students, and then see how we are going to handle that issue. Thank you.
All right, I believe that, I do not believe it is sure under the Constitution in Article 50 as read with the second schedule that there is a transport committee which should ensure proper transportation of students from campus Nairobi to Athi or Athi to Nairobi. So what I would do, I would liaise with the transport committee in conjunction with the transport office and the deputy president to ensure that proper statistics are taken of the students affected, so that we can find ways to ensure that when they go to the bus park, they are not having trouble to find a way to go to Valley Road. Thank you.
My next question, my next and last question is, what loopholes have you discovered with the current governor, and what unique values and qualities do you bring to your position that will set you apart? Yeah, we'll start with you.
All right. I cannot throw shade at the current governor because I am a man who believes in respect and acknowledging the work that someone has done. The current campus governor, Churchill Ooko, silence please, I believe has done the best he could in his own way. But all I believe I bring uniquely to this position is that I am a natural servant. When I started looking towards the role of governor, I went to each specific role as stipulated in Article 22, from sub-article A to I, and I went and spoke to those people who are related with those issues. For example, in sports, in accommodation, and I believe that this is not a role with a golden seat, but it is a role that someone should take like a yoke on their neck, because there is truly a big gap in Daystar. People are suffering in silence. And what I bring uniquely is a voice for those who are suffering in silence. And I am going to, the only thing I can promise is to fight for those people who need a voice. Thank you.
I want to start with you, and let's move forward. So, get to you first. I just want to pose a question to the far end. I want to pose a question to you, just so you can think about it first. Then we'll get back to her. Now, you mentioned something about getting lights or getting sponsorships from these certain companies. You mentioned Coca-Cola, I presume.
I stated that we have Coca-Cola stands. I stated it as an example of a partnership the university has made.
Yes. So, how are you going to get these partnerships?
You've said you will ask me as I think you start, or I can answer right now.
No, it's just a question I'm trying to ask you. You think about it, then we'll. All right. Yes. So, I want to ask about student welfare. Now, when you talk about student welfare, the campus clinic is the primary health point. Right? How will you advocate for better emergency and pharmaceutical availability for students late in the night? For example, if a student falls very, very sick late in the night, so how are you going to advocate for better emergency and pharmaceutical availability for this student?
Thank you for the question. Personally, I feel like the ambulance currently, it's functioning, and the one who is receiving the late night calls actually responds. And I don't see anything that I can make to be different, but I can make it, for it to be better. Once you arrive at the hospital, you get professional help and you get better attention. I've been in such a situation whereby we had to call the ambulance and take it to the hospital. The ambulance response is fast, yes, but when you reach at the hospital, the attention is not that quickly. So I feel like liaising with the welfare committee that will be under my docket as the governor, I will
find a way of having meetings and interacting with the head of the clinic that is there and actually understanding what are they doing to sort that issue of slow attendance of patients during emergencies. Thank you.
Just before we move to you, I just want to ask the last question, then we'll finish up with the rest of you. Now, the question that I want to ask is about the Baraza system. The current governor held a Baraza committee about the student welfare and student security. I believe you guys understand what I mean by that, right? Now, talking about the Baraza system, how will you ensure that student feedback actually results in policy changes rather than just being noted by the administration?
So, I will, first of all, I will get feedback from the students. That's the first thing. I will talk to them. And I will talk as well, I will tell them to tell me the effectiveness of the Baraza. So if they don't think it's effective, we'll alternate with another thing. There's social media. We'll communicate with the students to share their thoughts in social media. And we address them, we coordinate with welfare department, and yeah, my point is, if the Baraza is not working, I'll find an alternative through obtaining feedback from the students. Thank you.
Chapter 4, Article 22E talks about provision of the student welfare. First of all, I believe in student inclusion. I've worked with various student leaders and I was included in part of their planning committees. So one of the things I'm going to do is to ensure that the Barazas are led by the students themselves. They pick up feedback from other students and then they present it to me. If there is necessary escalation that has to be made, I will ensure it is done. Thank you.
All right, I believe I have two questions. So I'll start with this question that you've just asked. First of all is a correction. Once again, it is Article 22I, not E. Then, silence kindly, silence kindly. Silence kindly. The approach that we are taking, silence kindly. The approach that we are taking as a team for these Barazas, we have noticed that we are holding Barazas on campus and 40 people attend the Barazas. It does not make any sense to represent a school of about 10,000 students. We are looking at a school-by-school approach, but that will be discussed by the Deputy President because it is in her docket. Then to the question you asked about how I will partner with these companies. I believe as a student leader, you have the mandate to go and make partnerships for the betterment of students. For example, in Article 22E correctly states that you go and prepare proposals for supplementary funds that can help sporting activities. Now, I'm wondering how come I can not go and make partnerships with companies that will bring things like floodlights, things that we are actually really needing right now. And it is stated in Article 14 of the DUSA Constitution about financial probity. If I look for a company and they accept to partner with me, it is assured that I will deliver what I have promised the students because the Constitution provides that any donation given to a student leader in his official capacity is a donation to the student association. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Justin. Thank you so much, Justin. So this is the part where before I open the Q&A session to the public, I'd like for you guys to understand that you're making a lot of noise in the background and it's hard for people that are here for the purpose of listening to what their future leaders have to say a bit hard. So I'd like to request us to please, let's be guided. You know, if you're here and you're not for the same reason as the rest of us, could you just try and keep your mouth shut and just observe? We do not entertain your noise and your whistles. And I'm very serious. I promise you right now, if I see you blowing a whistle, you're going outside. And I'm not even joking. Sawa, see you blow a whistle. Please, blow a whistle. Thanks. So I'd like to open the Q&A to the public. We said first come, first serve basis. So the first person.
Okay.
I'd like the rest of you to please go and sit because now he's under pressure. The next person to come and have the mic will be the one to ask the question. Is that okay? Please have your seats. Thank you.
Okay. I don't want to be just a noisemaker. My name is Changi Dalmas. I'm a nursing student, and my questions goes as the follows to all of you. On the issue of mental health, we have had a low turnout, and this because of a person who is having the issues on depression, he cannot submit himself. So how are you going to make sure that these people are presenting themselves for this program that have been orchestrated by the school? And how are you going to make it inclusivity, to have that inclusivity with because you cannot go and root out those people. Another issue is this, on the sports. Our sports people are the one who are marketing our campus, and which medical support do they get? And do they get any motivation or appreciation from the school? And if not, how are they going to make sure their challenges get addressed in terms of food and better housing? Thank you.
Okay, I don't know. Do you guys want to take all the questions at once? Or you will respond on a first-come basis? All at once? Okay, so...
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Keith Rock, School of Law 1.2. School of Law 1.2. My question is to Jack. Today you repeatedly quoted the Constitution, yet in Article 51, the ad hoc committees you mentioned are meant to be temporary. So how can you create a permanent committee that is meant to deal with issues that are long-term, particularly the security? What you described is in violation of the Constitution, so how can you deal with that? Thank you.
Okay, one more.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel. I'm in the School of Education doing math and computer science. So my question is about the committee that was mentioned that was going to be formed about the campus security. So of campus security. So to my friend here, Justin, will you be the one forming the security campus, or will you just be pulling the one that is already existent, called the Off-Campus Fellowship by the DCF? Thank you.
Okay, we can have one more. Please come.
Good evening, future governors.
Good evening.
Yeah, so my name is Benjamin Mshindi. Benjamin Mshindi, current aspirant for Congress in the School of Science. So, I'm doing computer science as my major. So this is my question to all the governors, because you're all aspirants, I'm not targeting anyone specifically. So, the number one issue that has been facing Daystar University, especially in at the River campus, it's food. And I know majority of you, maybe they don't know how to comment about it, but we have been constantly being told by the governor, our current, that they're going to change the management, and then especially in the lower DH, food has not been that substantial standard. So as the future governor, what you're going to do about it? Number two, it's about sports, So I'm a person who, in my school as a techie person, since I do computer science, I do believe there is a position in esports. And this is something that is really quite intriguing. Watu wengi sana wamemeja not only sports physically, but I believe watu wa e-football wamejaa kwa hii room, watu wa FIFA wamejaa kwa hii room. There are people who know how to play MK. How can you also include them? Because kuna mtu, he's not physically well about playing physical sports, but when it comes to esports, those guys are doing brilliant. So what can you do about it? Thank you.
Okay, let's appreciate him. Okay, so to our aspirants, you answer the questions as fast as you can, because I believe kuna zenye ziko na repetition. So tie them together and let's be quick about it. Is that okay? Sawa sawa. Over to you in whatever order that you guys would want to start.
All right. First of all, the first question was about mental health and there being an issue in Daystar and the low turnout in this issue. I believe that the major cause of mental health in Athi River campus is the lack of student engaging activities on campus. You find that when someone exits their classroom, they come on campus and the only thing they can do is maybe meet up with a friend. But this is opening room for anyone who wants to bring bad motives towards them, like maybe using drugs and substances. I believe that we can liaise with DC3 and DCF so that DCF can deal with the spiritual part of the mental health issue, and DC3 can deal with the actual mental part because they are professionals in the field. We have about medical support and appreciation that Falcons get from the school. The medical cover that is there currently, I do not believe it is sufficient because I have interviewed more than 20 people who have been affected negatively by going to the clinic and being told that the cover is depleted for them as a sports person, and at the moment their hand is broken. I believe that this is under the docket of the President and the Secretary General to sit at the tender committee meetings and find better medical support. About appreciation for the sports people, we have in Article 22, sub-article E, it states about creating proposals to raise funds for appreciating the sports teams, and I believe that is self-explanatory. We have about permanent committees. I believe that's a question that was asked. The reason why the DUSA Constitution provides for temporary committees is so that we can, because in the second schedule it provides for a system whereby they are checked if they have worked in the proper way. And I believe if a committee has worked correctly, they can be retained. But if a committee has worked improperly or substandardly, they just...
Justin, your time is up. Over to you, Jack. Mental health matters. Personally, I'm a counselor. I've done a course in counseling, and I know what it means to go through mental torture. I'm going to introduce an initiative called Trauma Healing Initiative that will partner with DC3 to ensure that all Daystar students are not only okay financially, spiritually, but also mentally. About sports, in all capacities, I believe that I understand the sports system better, not only as a Daystar Super League player at nursing school, but also in liaison with my governor at the River, Ebi Tokyo, who plays we are going to work in hand with the Sports and Recreation Committee to ensure that all the sports issues are addressed. I may not be well conversant with the legal system, but I'm so much conversant with the health system. The question that was asked was about when an emergency arises in the health sector where there are ambulances introduced. That is where the ad hoc system, or rather the ad hoc committee, comes in to ensure that that is well taken care of. About food, I understand the issue that is taking place right now in the DH. It may not be well according to us because we've reported cases of one Helicobacter pylori, which is H. pylori infection, that takes place when people take part in such food. Second is about subsidizing the food prices that are there. We're going to work together with the Dean of Students and the Daystar Enterprise Limited to ensure that that one is also taken care of. About inclusivity in terms of all the other sports sectors, we've talked about physical games like handball and netball, but not e-games such as football. In the Sports and Education Committee, I'm going to ensure that one of you is a member of the Sports and Education Committee so that you can air your voices in that special committee. Thank you.
Mental health is one of the concerns among students in Daystar University. So the first thing, they are not reporting the issue. I saw it, I've tried to monitor it as a nurse. So the first thing that I will do, I will create a platform that they will secretly address the mental health issue. I'll work with ICT department, including naming of the platform. I will work with ICT, including naming of the app. So, the second thing is about sports. I am a lacrosse player, and all the lacrosse, there's some sports which doesn't have resources. For example, the lacrosse that I said, table tennis. So the first thing that I will do, I will work with the sports committee to ensure all the resources are distributed, including construction of the field for those sports which does not exist, like swimming as well. About food, I normally eat in the DH daily, on a daily basis. The prices are so expensive. The food, the small variety of food. Rice, beef, every day you go, rice, beef. And the DH normally closes at 7:30. So some students end up going other places, others don't even eat. So I will address the pricing as well of food, subsidized price, which I'll also include sponsors, private sponsors, organizations, so that they subsidize the food. So the variety of food I also increase, and also
Time's up.
management.
Ivy?
Okay, first thing about sports. I am a sports person. I am the captain table tennis. And recently we brought cups here, we won, and the rugby team and the handball team. So I truly understand about when we get injuries. Recently I had an injury, and I can say we have a physiotherapist, and he has been of help, and it helps us to recover from injuries. And in terms of mental health issues, I would liaise with the correct individuals who understand the mental health issues. Being a governor, I will be working with several offices who will be in charge of mental health there. So we have DC3. So creating for them a chance to work together with the governor's office to guide me in the proper way to take through mental health issues. Another thing, matters food. Every year, every time, we just hear subsidizing. It doesn't happen. So I feel like if they have been saying, I think it is an issue that has been raised. What I'll do is do a follow-up and actually try and understand why is it that so hard to subsidize these prices. Because the manifesto of each and every governor is about subsidizing the cost. And honestly, we have not seen the change. About in mental health issues and in matters ladies, I've also looked around and asked and also made calls with sanitary towels companies, and they have said it is possible to get sanitary towel vending machines. If we get such a partnership, I feel like it will do us so well as ladies. And the last question, I think, is about e-football. Talking to the school and finding a way how we can introduce it, because it's a new thing. And once you introduce it as a governor,
Thank you so much, Ivy. Sorry,
it will work
thank
out.
you so much, but time is up. So those are the responses from our aspirants. And I don't know, maybe with 30 seconds, what is your parting shot? 30 seconds.
Right, my parting shot. I do not want to provide promises without a plan. I'm here to provide a plan and a step-by-step procedure of how I will articulate these things. And I promise to be a servant. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to you, Jack. Let's keep it down. We'll have time for that. Yes, Jack.
Daystar University Students Association. Students Association. It is an association for the students by the students. Thank you.
All right, over to you.
My leadership will be God-guided.
All right. Yes, Ivy, finally.
So my parting shot is, it is the students' affairs, not the governor's affairs. So I'm here to serve you guys and to serve the students, and my office will be open for each one of you. Thank you for your support.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the gubernatorial aspirants at the River campus. Kindly, let's stay guided. Let's stay guided. there's no coming to this podium. So if you're receiving your aspirant, your line starts here. Is that okay? Over to you guys. If you're receiving your aspirant, your line starts here. But I don't know much about you because there are wires over there and there's live coverage. To the viewers at home, these are the gubernatorial aspirants at the River campus. So ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them as they exit the stage. Thank you so much for your time. All right. Thank you so much for your time. Secretary General, we have number 1, Omanwa Yuri, 24-23-17. Omanwa Yuri is the first aspirant. Yuri Omanwa Yuri, 24-23-17. And then we have Akelo Clement, Omanwa Yuri, I believe is the guy being hoisted up. Remember, this is as far as you go. This, excuse, tafadhali, yes, thank you. Omanwa Yuri is on stage. Let's be guided. Omanwa Yuri is on stage. You see the damage has been done. And then next we have Akelo Clement. Where is Clement? Karibu sana Clement. And then we have Sirwanga Jeff Sirwanga Jeff. I can see Jeff Sirwanga making his way on stage. And then last but not least, we have Gareth Oseko. Let's be mindful of the equipment. We have cameras and wires all over. So let's be mindful of the equipment, tafadhali. Gareth. Remember, we have cameras over here. So let us be guided. Gareth, we have cameras and other equipment. So kindly, let's appreciate Gareth as he makes his way on stage. Gareth, karibu sana. All right. Let's be guided. Okay, I'd like us to have our seats. Let's have our seats. I know these are guys you love, these are guys you cherish. All right, but it's time to hear what they have to say. So let's minimize the background noises. If you're coming in, please have your seat. All right. Let's bring it down. Are you guys ready to hear what they have to say? All right, my panel, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Over to you, my moderators.
Okay, to Yuri, to Gareth, to Clement, and to Jeff, the questions I'm going to ask, all of you are going to answer them. And I'm going to start on a very light note. What unique qualities or experiences make you the best candidate for this role? And let's start with Gareth, and then we finish with Jeff.
Good afternoon, Daystar. Thank you so much for this question. My name is...
Let's remember, keep it down. Yes?
My name is Gareth Oyongo Oseko, and I'm a nursing student. And what makes Gareth different from the other aspirant is my passion for leadership, my passion to serve students from heart, and the experiences that I've had in DUSA since I joined from 1.1 up to now. And I know that will build up into bringing a better DUSA and a DUSA. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. So something unique about me is I'm good at listening. Being that also I've served as a Congress, I've been able to listen to the grievances of students of communication, and we have been able to find ways that we can solve them together. So a unique thing about me is listening and acting on what has been said.
Oh, hey, excuse me. Let's be guided. Yes, Yuri, you can start talking.
Hello. My name is Yuri Omanwa Bonda. I'm a second year law student. I'm also aspirant Secretary General DUSA 2026. For this role, as the SJ, I like to say that it's something that has come since when I was first year. I've served as the Secretary General for DUSOLA, and during my tenure, I did it to merit. My daily mantra in leadership is that Kaizen. Kaizen is a Japanese saying that a person always in his daily living, is a continuous improvement. That everyone is not special, but in everything that we do, in everything that we make, we continuous improvement, and everything will be okay. And that's what it is. I like to say that 2026 DUSA Council, I bring that mantra to place. Thank you.
The staff, panelists, Daystar University, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Sirwanga Jeff, and thank you. Thank you. So, thank you for the question. Leadership is a call, and it is a day-to-day call. Before you can lead others, you have to lead yourself first. So, the principle that I have that distinguish me from the rest is that the Christ in me is the difference. Thank you.
Let's be guided, let's be guided, let's be guided.
Okay, my second question, and I'm going to start with you, Jeff, and then finish with, yes. So, if elected, you'll be required to champion for the rights and the welfare of the minority groups. Who, according to you, are the minority groups? And what concrete policies or actions will you implement to ensure that the voices of the minority groups are protected and represented well?
Thank you very much for that question. Thank you for that question. Thank you very much for the question one more time. So, you've asked about the minority. I believe in an inclusive leadership where there's no majority and where there's no minority. Politics come and go. But at the student body, we can come together and form one function where there's no minority or majority. So in this school, for instance, in terms of religion, this is a Christian institution. We can see in terms of religion, there are different religions from Muslims, Buddhists, pagans, atheists, and everything. So let us build a Daystar where everybody is feeling part of the institution, where we don't have factions. And to seal that point of the divisions regarding the minority or the majority, I am vying as an independent candidate. For instance, you see, these political parties bring petty divisions. You know, politics come and go. Politics come and go. But we, as the student body, remain even after politics. So we should champion for the rights of the students instead of bringing parties which disrupt us. So, you know, first of all, for instance, the party that will win here will become the majority, and the party will lose will become the minority, for instance. So, to avoid such things, let us have neutral people which can serve as a unifying factor, where we can have...
No, please, kindly just stick to my question.
Okay.
Who are the minority groups?
Okay.
My question was very clear.
Thank you.
Who are the minority groups according to you? And what actions or policies will you... I'm talking about the students. I'm not talking about the parties and all that.
His time is up, actually,
Yeah.
so we can move to the next.
So to the rest of the candidates, kindly just answer the question as asked.
Yuri?
Okay, thank you. I'll answer this question in legal terms. There's a legal scholar known as Anton Franz, and in his saying, he says that the law in his majestic equally forbids the rich as well as the poor. in my plan as the SG, I do describe the minority as the people who are not favored in some things. In this school, you'll find that, given an instance of the Falcons will find a scenario that the rugby team is more favored than the football team. And in my understanding, the minority are those who are not so favored. And I understand that in everything, in my dealing and in my leadership, all come at one, all will be treated fairly, the scholarship giving, and in everything, and even to be heard in the Senate, all shall be level. Thank you.
Remember, your reactions eat into his time. Over to you.
Thank you. To me, a minority is a person who is undermined where everyone is receiving the same equal share of a portion. And to me, an example are the men who are here. As we can see, the people who have stood for Congress, we have more ladies than the men. Such people are minority. Such people need to be included, and such need to be added for them to feel included and feel part of the school.
Yes, Gareth?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. Just to state, what are we talking about when we define the minority groups? Minority groups are people who are people living with disabilities, for example, who are in our school. My definition for minority groups is not about the numbers or segregating either ladies and gentlemen along by side. So it is...
Your reactions eat into his time.
It is my sole... Thank you. So it is my sole responsibility as the SG to make sure that they are included. How am I going to do this? By creating committees that are going to make sure that they're included there. And I'm a nurse, by the way. I'm a nursing student. I do work with different non-organizations offices, and I will ensure in my term as the SG to include them in the non-organization NGOs. Yeah, and that's how they'll be incorporated there. Yes, thank you.
Now, I just want to ask two questions. We'll start from here, then tutasonga mbele. Now, my first question goes to you. Now, it's about the communication from the student government often feels delayed and unclear sometimes, right? Now, if the communication from the student government often feels delayed and unclear, what digital tools will you help bridge this communication gap? And the second question is, I actually want to ask about the events question. And talking about events, the question is, how do you plan to lead events management committee to ensure high quality student activities across both campuses? So we'll start from you then.
Thank you for that question. So about the issue of communication between the student government and the student body, the role of the SD is to be the spokesperson of the government, which acts as a bridge between the student body, the administration, and the student leadership. So as the SD, first of all, in partnership with the school ICT, I was thinking of a DUSA dashboard where all students can access the information and the ongoings of the student leadership, especially the DUSA Council, where we can access the necessary information. The outgoing SG and the president SG have always had good communication. We've had barazas, we've had emails sent through Outlook, so we can't really complain. Just few adjustments and things can be better. Number two, about the events. You know, the events committee, and we must acknowledge and we must give credit where it's due, that the previous leadership have done a good work, especially in terms of events. Look at Fun Day and many others. So the bar is already high. and we can't go below it. So with proper guidance and stern leadership, we will ensure we deliver high quality service that is worth the amount of money that the students pay. Thank you very much.
And just before we move to the next person, allow me to ask this question. If elected as the Secretary General, I believe, in your role within the disciplinary committee, how will you ensure fairness and objectivity when handling cases that involve individuals you know personally or politically? So we'll just continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. I do acknowledge that under Article 20 of the DUSA Constitution 2025, I, as the SG, sit in the Senate as the student rep, and in matters of disciplinary, I do acknowledge that in the student handbook, it's given that there are rules and there are mandatory regulations if one breaches the rules, and I will acknowledge that in my leadership, there will be no biasness. There will be no discrimination of any sort. I do plan that in everything that I will do, even in disciplinary matters, will be fair and transparent. Thank you.
You're supposed to answer the next question. You had 3 questions each.
Okay, in terms of communication, I like to acknowledge that we, as the current generation, we are the Gen Zs. We are the ones who are the big number in the university. And when we look at the communication that is set by the university, the communication which was used in the BC centuries, the email, you will find that most of the students don't engage so much in the Outlook and the email. I intend, when I get this position, to give the content creators in this school a bigger platform in communication of the events that I will be planning as the SG, and also I do plan that everyone that will be in my committee will be engaging that one-by-one feedback from the students to me and to the council. Thank you.
Should be simple and send communications that are clear. Typing an email should be something clear. Pursuing it, looking at it, ensuring that the communication is right. In that regard, also I'm a communication student. So in terms of communication, not everything is okay. Going to events management, we need inclusion of everyone and unity of each student. If each student is talked to, and that's why we have the committee. The committee interacts with the student. It will be able to assist in better events. And a thought I have been thinking about is also inclusion with other universities. If we can have events with other universities, it can be able to bring large numbers of people and promote the growth of Daystar. And lastly, we have issues of the disciplinary. We have to protect the rights of students and upholding the university ethos. So that means we'll follow what the Daystar Constitution first says if somebody does wrong as a Daystar University student. Then we'll follow what the school says if somebody has done wrong, so that we do not have any biasness. Thank you.
Thank you once more. When we talk about gaps, when we talk about, thank you. When we talk about gaps in communication in DUSA, as a Secretary General, my view about it, it only comes to be a gap when there is untimely communication, right? For example, when I get sworn in, for example, am I going to withhold the information that Soya will be on this and this date, or am I just going to tell you people? So I believe that the gaps only come in about timely communication. So as the SG, I will ensure that everything that is planned for you students will be timely communicated, either weeks or months before the event, such that we have a proper planning and preparation for that event. Now, for the second question, I kindly beg for your indulgence. You can just redo it such that I get the second question kindly.
So the second question was about events. And the question was, how do you plan to lead events management committee to ensure high quality student activities across both campuses?
Across all campuses, I will make sure first by including every campus in that committee. The committee should be free and fair from students in Valley Road and students in Athi River. At the end of the day, we are in one Daystar, and these are our events. The association, that is DUSA, is for us, and every student should be involved. Yes. Now for the third question about disciplinary committee, I do understand that it's my role, responsibility as the Secretary General to go and sit in the disciplinary committee. Personally, I speak from experience, and I know what it means to go to disciplinary. I know what it means to be suspended. I know what it...
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I have a question, and I'm just going to refer you to your roles to be specific. And I'll go straight to the article, that is Article 20, Section 1, then Part G, that says, part of your mandate is to lead and organize activities with the help of Events Management Committee. I believe, Gareth, you've mentioned something to do with events being free. So you have SOYA, we have FOCA, and you have other events. Also Fun Day. Now, I want to understand first, what do you think about the quality of events in Daystar? Do you think the school actually supports our events? Number one, that we are paying for them. For instance, we are paying for the events. So we expect so much in that the school has also funded the event and you're also paying for them. So we expect quality. What do you have in mind on the same? And then this now from a personal perspective. You as the general, you as the Secretary General for the DUSA, what happens when you have the conflict of interest during your tenure? How are you going to circumvent that? So I think I'll start from Gareth, and then the flow continues. Back to you.
Thank you once again. Just to clarify, he stated that the upcoming SOEA is to be paid for, but in my tenure, I do promise you that SOEA will be free. So, and that one is possible. That one is possible. Allow me to explain to you on how SOEA will be free. Daystar is a university that is to exemplify the rest of the private university. Actually, it should be from our events that they do come and benchmark. So in my tenure, I will make sure that the budget that is budgeted for SOEA, for example, it's taken into account by the number of students that are there in that year. If, for instance, in this year we had 8,000 students, and next year we had 20,000 students, it's my role to represent you such that when I go into Senate, I ask for an amount that will not take any student to their pocket, because at the end of the day, you pay for your activity fee. And this is our school, and you have to enjoy everything that comes in with Daystar for the betterment of our school. The second question was about conflict of interest. Just to state, I'm a mediator. I've done that before, so no worries. I will mediate in all your cases, and everything that will be presented in our side, it will go on well. There will be no conflict of interest. Thank you so much.
All right. So that goes to everyone? Okay, over to you.
So the first question, does the events have the quality that we want? I feel more can be done. The current SG has tried its best, and each year we can improve the quality of the events that we have. either of us can hold an event, but sometimes it cannot be up to the standards of the students that are there, because the taste and interest of every student changes with time. So I feel and I know that it can be changed and be increased into quality events that even attract people from outside. Then conflict of interest. I'm a neutral ground. I'm a person who hears from both sides. From both sides, I'm able to evaluate and to see, is this okay, is this not okay? There will be no favorism. There will not be holding on to one side more than the other. It's more about listening to both sides, to both parties, and seeing ways that we can come up for each party to agree and to be at peace with each other. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the issue of paying of events. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the DUSA Constitution 2025, which is a living constitution. The preamble does state that we, the students, should be unified in the greater goal of Daystar University. Which is the greater goal? Greater goal of the Daystar University is maximizing on the money we pay on the activity fee. The activity fee should cater for activities such as the events, such as SOEA, Daystar Fest, which was introduced by the SG, current SG, Jerry. I'd like to promise all of you who are here today that in my tenure, SOEA, Daystar Fest will be free, and that will be. And through partnership, this will be made possible. Through partnership, this will be made possible. On the issue of conflict of interest, I do acknowledge at the DUSA Council, I don't enter alone. We enter as a team, and me and my team, KADU, we do acknowledge that. We do acknowledge that man is to error, no man is special. This conflict of interest will arise, but the best way to deal with them amicably is to have a sit down, discuss on the way forward, and come up with a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the first
let's allow Jeff. Thank you. Sorry, Jeff. Continue.
So the first question is whether the school is supporting the events that we've been having. So the answer to that question is yes, because the school is big. We have the administration, and the student body. So we are part of the school. So we've been supporting the events, we've been attending the events, and the school has been engaging in the facilitation. So I can say the school has been doing, in as much as it is not up to the standards of our expectation, they have been doing a role, and we must recognize that. Number two, I already mentioned that the bar has already been set high by the previous leadership. We can't ignore them. So what we are going to do with my regime, under my regime, we are going to ensure that using the DUSA dashboard that I had mentioned earlier, we give a variety of the venues, for instance, where students can choose the places they want to go to. The outfits, for instance, the food, and the artists that, for example, should grace the event. And lastly, about the issue of the conflict of interest. At the end of the day, we are leaders, and we are serving the interest of the students. So in as much as we may have our personal POVs, the will of the people always prevail. Thank you very much.
So much, Jeff. Thank you so much, Yuri, and to the rest of the aspirants. So this is the part where you know how we do it. All right, I haven't even, okay.
Thank you. My first question is to Yuri. So to Yuri, do you believe as former Dusola SG, you gained experience and has what it takes to take over as SG of Daystar, garnering experience SG? And to Gareth has spoken about minorities, and he has given us a remedy of creating committees to include minorities. My first question to Gareth is there no committee that caters for minorities? My second question is it in your constitutional purview to create a committee? If so, what article? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Frederick Omego. Mine is not a question, but to tell you, Yuri, that you deserve this seat because I've seen how you work. Thank you.
Let's stay guided. Let's stay guided. Let's stay guided. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Let's... Aya, my friend, if you do that again, you'll go outside. So, we are not here to express political stance. We are here to ask questions, and we want to know what question do you have. And then you can't do that. You can't provoke a whole crowd of people. Sawa. This debate does not revolve around you. Is that okay? Aya, and over to you guys. You can act better. You have no power over how he reacts, but how you respond is entirely upon you. You are responsible for your actions. Is that okay? Let's be guided. Sawa. Aya, over to you.
Yes, good evening. My name is Ezron. I'm a nursing student. I'm not a nurse as my friend has said that he's a nurse. He's a nursing student still. He's not a nurse, point of correction. Yes, my question is, my friend and an SJ aspirant was a congress in the School of Nursing. Is that correct?
That's very correct. I was a congress in School of Nursing, actually chairperson.
Okay, thank you. And during your tenure, you had all it takes to uphold the DUSA Constitution, okay? And then you didn't do so. How can you prove to us to trust you that you will uphold the DUSA Constitution under the SG docket when you just failed to approve a new constitution with the DUSA that was put to you when you were an outgoing Congress School of Nursing?
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Emmanuel Musembi. I'm in first year. I'm majoring in law. I have a question to three quick people on this panel, starting with Jeff. Jeff, I would like to quote you. You said, politics may come and go. I like to put on top, policies will always be subject to change. How will you leave a lasting and meaningful impact in Daystar when you deflect welfare questions? Second of all, you have stated that the previous government has set a bar and you cannot go above it. If the people here say that they do not want that bar, will you still live by it? Now, the panel asked a question about communication using technological means. We still had means of communication before. If the new means of communication fail, how will you improve upon the former means of communication? Because you can send an email, you can back orders, but you will not create engagement. You draw blueprint without a guarantee of a foundation. Please make one. Following on, Clement, please broaden your effective procedure of interaction because you only stated it. We only want a means, not statements. Following on, to Gareth, what is your take of the current Daystar culture? Because if you are aware of the Daystar culture, you can set up events, but it does not guarantee people will come. You have to change the minds of the people. Policies will not bring people. People bring people. Please make a way for that to happen, if possible.
Thank you so much.
reference to the how you will take care of the minority population, we can see our Muslim sisters and brothers here. So my question is, how will you ensure that during their prayer hours, and I've never seen like a place where it's secluded for them to do their prayer. So how will you ensure that we'll have that to all of us?
All right. So is that specific or to all of them? To all of them. Sawa sawa. Thank you. We are not taking any more questions. So remember, 2 minutes for the directed questions and generally 2 minutes for every question. Is that okay? Higher. I don't know which order do you want to start with? Gareth, they voted for you.
Thank you.
Go first because you have the most directed questions.
I'd like to state that the committees in Article 50 include, but those ones have to be mentioned by my governor, who is Jack. So when I talked about committee members, I didn't talk about creating rather than a different thing out of the committee. I talked about including them. You remember the slang you used to say, involve me, involve me. So those people will be in those committees. So the second question, and I would like to be added 1 more minute because this is more serious. It's okay. I was Congress, yes, School of Nursing, and when we talk about a constitution, I didn't launch a new constitution. Whatever I did was to review the constitution that was there and updated it to the last version. That issue of now eradicating the whole constitution was just from a student in School of Law who thought he can come to School of Nursing and scrap off and actually scrap off my dean, Dr. Susan Juguna, from the Constitution. Actually, that was the main issue. So they were suggesting about scrapping off the dean, who is the patron to the Constitution. I couldn't allow that. Translating that to my role as an SG, I couldn't lead in a way that we will scrap all the Constitution. If there are amendments to be made, I will suggest that, and they will be made. But the initial suggestion was to scrap off the Constitution. Thank you. About turnout, that is something that will be worked on time and again, and I told you I'll involve committee members from different campuses, and my promise is people will come to those events. Thank you.
And Clement, over to you.
Just to confirm, the guy who asked the questions from law, what do you mean by broaden the interactions? Can you just expound? Please.
Thank you for this opportunity. You stated you'll be able to interact with the large populace of the Daystar community. You were still referring to the Barazas organizations. It was still stated by your opponents there. Now, broaden the question. I was saying, how do you make a bigger turnout for people to address their issues? You are representing them, but how will you be able to hear the views of everyone when only 40 people are able to come? How will you be able to curb that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The interactions mainly involve, one, talking to people. That is one of the best way to get information from an individual, from a person, from a large community. Being that we are Daystar, a lot of us go through the same issues on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, on a semester, and that's why we have one-on-one interactions. It can't be that all of us have different problems. We can be a group with the same problem. One of you has managed to communicate. Beyond that, we have social media. We have the DUSA Council social media on Instagram. And also, we have our school official email, where we are able to send official emails and communications of the school. And lastly, we have our communication boards along different paths and along different buildings, where we'll be able to communicate more broadly. Thank you.
Over to you, Yuri.
Okay, thank you. As a law student, it will be an abomination for me to stand here as a my brother here, Gareth, is violating the Constitution. I'd like to say that the Constitution is a living instrument and doesn't have a patron. So I'd like to correct you, Gareth, that saying that the Dean was the patron, was the patron of the Constitution. Saying that the Dean of your school was the patron of the Constitution. That's an abomination.
I beg to reply to that. Let me reply to that. I beg to reply to that.
Answer, no.
So, Honorable Yuri.
To answer my fellow student, Thomas, experience for me being the SG. Me being the SG, I like to say that leadership is something that is inbuilt. I like to say that I didn't carry any experience, but I came with the experience, and that experience is what I want to sail through, even in the DUSA Constitution, and make it to be a meritable association. Thank you.
Yes.
Power.
All right.
Power.
Okay. Thank you so much, Yuri. Let's allow Jeff Wanga to respond. Yes, Jeff.
So thank you for the question. On to the first one. I stated as I began my debate that politics come and go, but we as the students, we remain. So you asked what legacy will I leave behind as the SD? So first of all, I want to state unequivocally that I will be a student leader who will act as a unifying factor. We've seen factions, we've seen divisions, but let us have a student leadership that brings people together. Number two, I have an initiative called Kula na SD, where we are going to cater for the needy students. Comrades wenye tunainama saa zingine. We are going to build a docket where comrades wenye saa zingine mambo iko mbaya, we can hide, because there is an initiative, an existing one, called the Dorcas Pantry by the DCF. We must appreciate that and we must support it as the student body. So the office of the SG is going to build the Kula na SG that is going to push for the needy students' welfare. Then lastly, you asked whether the DUSA dashboard is going to fail and what will I do to improve the existing communication channels. I want to state to you, my friend, that we are not planning to fail and it is going to work unless otherwise. So that DUSA dashboard is going to have a feedback channel where when communications are made, when suggestions are made by the student body, especially from the committees, when opinions are picked, the students can react and give their feedback so that we can have a unifying consultation where everybody is heard. So we have the outlook, but the DUSA dashboard is going to make work easy, especially for the student body and in terms of communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jeff. All right, know how we do it? So Jeff, going like this, in 30 seconds, what is your parting shot? In 30 seconds.
My parting shot, let us make Daystar great again together. Thank you.
Thank you. Youth for youth. Youth for youth. I do believe that us as youths, we can impact a generation, and us as youths can make a change in Daystar University. Youth for youth. Youth for youth. Youth for youth.
All right.
Youth for youth.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yuri. Thank you, Yuri. Yes, Clement, your parting shot. 30 seconds.
Your power, your SG.
Higher. All right. All right. That is parting shot. Story nyake. Yes, Gareth.
My commitment to you, fellow students, I will serve you, I will listen to you, I will engage you, such that we make a better Daystar. This is our Daystar, and all of us have to benefit from everything that takes in with Daystar. And that's how I will serve you as the Secretary General.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Papa Jeff Sirwanga. Thank you so much, Yuri. Thank you so much, Clement. And thank you so much, Gareth. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the SG segment. Let us welcome them. Remember, mmeshanivunjia podium ya kwanza. Please, 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 please. Please, please, not my podium. Not my podium, not my podium, not my podium, and not the camera. Let's be mindful of the equipment. Let's be mindful of the equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, thank you. All right, so this is how we do it, viewers at home. This is how we do it for those of you that are here. That has been the aspirants for the secretary. the ISADU president, David Nvunabandi. David Nvunabandi. Come on, David. Let's appreciate David as he makes his way on stage. A round of applause for David. A round of applause for David as he makes his way on stage. Karibu sana, David. Welcome, David. You can choose a podium of your preference. Welcome. You are alone. I don't know whether to say fortunately or unfortunately. Fortunately, you will do well, sir. Welcome. Over to you, my moderators.
Okay, thank you so much, Fidel. So my question to you, David, is from your interaction or from your interactions, what do you see as the biggest challenges international students face at Daystar, and what practical solutions will you prioritize to address those challenges?
Thank you for that question. For what I've seen, I've been serving in ISADU as secretary, so I've been in so many challenges about international students, which were, most of them is about visa, which is a bit challenging because we are not, when students come in Kenya, they are not aware of anything. They are not aware of how things work in Kenya. So my work will be to make an awareness of informing them about how Kenya works, how Daystar University works, and let them know that ISADU office will be there to assist them and to guide them through all processes which they are facing everyday life, to be aware of what's going in Kenya and Daystar. Thank you.
Okay, so on the issue of the visas, like how will you ensure that the visas of the international students remain valid or up to date, so that they do not have like issues, because the visas have maybe expired or something like that?
Regarding the visas, we usually got help from Spiro office. We usually work in hand with Mr. Kimole. He the one who helped us to apply for visa. And while applying for visa, we usually keep track of your student pass. The way we can keep track is create a forum where we'll be able to access ISADU office and Mr. Kimole. Since Mr. Kimole is still doing other work, my work will be to keep checking the visa pass and see if there are updates or if they are about to expire, so I can notify the students, so you'll be able to come back to the office and apply for the visa, so you can align with immigration issues. Thank you.
Okay, my last question before I hand over to my fellow moderator is the issue with Culture Week, and it didn't happen last semester. So what measures will you take to ensure that such events for ISADU happen consistently? They are consistently organized and they happen every year.
Okay. About last year, the thing which happened, we had a problem with the finance about raising funds about the ISADU festival, which affected us because when you raise funds, it usually comes after 2 or 3 weeks after. But since we had so many events in September, we were not able to raise for ISADU festival, still raise for ISADU recess, which made us a bit in delay. So my takeover on this one is, while opening the semester of every semester, we have to write every event which will be happening during the semester and write the date, the budget, everything, and propose it and raise the funds. So by the time it will come to use that money, the thing will be already ready to be picked, and so we can do the events and assure the student that they can trust the ISADU office so the event can be done. Thank you.
Now, Good evening.
Good evening.
I just want to base my questions on the cultural week part. And as I start, my first question will be, how would you make cultural events more representative of the diversity within international student body? That's the first question. I'll repeat it again one more time. How would you make cultural events more representative of the diversity within international student body? Now, the second question is, will you lobby for more flexible payment plans or specialized work study slots for international students? Then the last question is, what specific strategies will you use to bridge the social gap between local and international students?
Can you repeat the second question?
The second question was, will you lobby for more flexible payment plans or specialized work study slots for international students?
Well, I'll answer the first question. For cultural events, it's like okay. See, what we have been doing for cultural events, every community needs to showcase their culture. And the only way they can showcase their culture is coming together as a community and come up with to represent how it's being done into their country.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but also remember we had the cultural week, right? You remember?
Yes.
When it was, right? And you're saying you'll help communities merge. You'll help communities merge and help it be better, right? That's what you're trying to say.
No.
Repeat what you just said.
I'm saying what we have been doing as communities. I'm a Congolese, so I can say from perspective from Congolese, what we do for cultural week, we prepare from our side. Every community has to decide, are they going to perform or not? If they are going to perform, they need to prepare themselves, do anything they will do so that they can be able to present their culture during the Isadu festival night. And the only way we can make it better, it is to assure a community which doesn't have support, because most of community here in Daystar, you might find there one person, 2 persons for one country, and they see they can't do anything. So the only way we can, if Kenyan, they can feel like, if they can feel, I don't know how I can say, they can feel better to join those countries and help them they will teach them how they do how they do the culture, how they perform culture in their country. They might help them to show them how they showcase their culture. So the thing we are helping is to help Kenyan to join those countries which doesn't have a lot of people, so that if they are willing to showcase, they can still participate and join and showcase their culture. Thank you.
Talking about your Congolese culture, right?
Yes.
What are these different cultures that you think you'd actually help the Kenyan culture or the Kenyan people learn, so that we can help the two cultures merge? What are these cultures that we don't know of that you can help the Kenyan people learn and also merge with your culture?
Okay. From culture, I know culture is something which you can't say this one is better than the other one. So if somebody, like someone I've seen on TikTok, this country is performing this way, and he would like to join that country. And if we have that country, he can still come to our office and ask, do you have this country? Can I try to interact with them? If the person willing to know more about that culture. But if you don't want to know, to learn the culture, why would you like to go and join the culture and you are not interested in it? And the only thing the Kenyan can learn from other culture, because we never know where you will find yourself. You might find yourself somewhere and you don't know what is going on. So by showcasing a different culture, it will make you aware of what usually happen into others' country. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question.
Yes.
The essence of having an ISADU president, it's because these are international students from different jurisdictions, different countries and all that. So aside from Culture Week, which tries to bring all these students together, what other initiatives do you have in store just to ensure the welfare of the international students is well taken care of, but also just to build a community within ISADU, a camaraderie and all that, a family within it to embrace each other? What measures do you have in store to do that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The measure we usually take to include all communities is through the committee members. Me as ISADU president, I always have to form a committee which will include every community possible, and they are willing to serve. If they don't want to serve, we can still including them as members. They don't have to serve, they have just to be present. When they are called, they can just go there and talk about their culture, and that is it. That's the only thing we can include them through the community and help them to interact with others. Thank you.
Okay, I think for moderators, we have no further questions. I leave it to the MC.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to the moderators and a round of applause to the president. So, any questions? Any questions to our ISADU president aspirant? Going once? Any question? Going twice? Yes. Please hurry. Hurry, we want to be mindful of time and respect your time as well. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Marni Dagano. I'm an international student living in Athi River. So my question to David is a simple. And I wanted to ask what will be David doing during this time to avoid challenges of international students while missing rooms during holidays, and what he will be doing about these challenges of international students missing rooms.
Thank you, Marlene, for the question. That situation, we had it so number of times about international students who staying up school, and when it comes to holiday, they have to stay in school. Then when it's time to come back to school, we found out the finance have allocated the rooms to other people since hence the students have been into the room. So they have to leave the room so that new students can be accommodated, which that one has been a big question. The thing which I will do is sit with Mr. Musera. He's the one managing the hostels and the finance, so that we can come up with an idea of helping students who will be staying in school to be booked the room early as possible, and make sure the parents know the student has been in school and he didn't miss a room because of an issue of a system. Because I know I'm a computer science student, I know how how this technology is tricky. So,
time's up. Time is up. Okay. All right. Was that the only question to Mr. David? Okay. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for David. David, thank you so much, Mr. President. Wish you all the best. Yes. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, higher. Ambia jirani tumepanda. So, I don't know, I'm just going to make this announcement, and then we will have 1 minute strictly as guided by my media team. And then we will invite the Deputy President aspirants. So I hope you guys are ready, and I hope you guys can hear me wherever you are. I will not call on you more than twice. Please, let's be mindful and respect each other's time. Remember, the rules still apply. You have 2 minutes to answer each question. We do not encourage cheering or booing of each other. We do not want to see any insults being thrown at either participants, because remember, your reaction towards the aspirants will directly affect them in the elections. Okay, so I believe we are ready. Ashi? Thank you so much. Okay. So you have 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. And then we'll come back. Mswahili anasema hayawi huwa mwishowe, ama namna gani? Kwa hiyo tulianza na wanne na sasa hivi tumefika kwa wawili. Mabibi na mabwana, kwa changwe na nderemo, ama kwa jinsi ambavyo mtataka kuwakaribisha wagombea wetu wa unaibu wa urais, kwanza ningependa nimkaribishe Joy Kega. Joy Kega is gonna make her way on stage. Joy Kega. Namwona Joy Kega anaingia na sijui niwaite wafuasi wake, ila ningependa niwakumbushe ya kwamba hapa tuna kamera na vitu vingine vya dhamana, and you'll be responsible if anything is damaged. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Joy Kega as she makes her way on stage. Karibu sana Joy. Welcome, welcome, welcome Joy. A round of applause for Joy as she comes in. A round of applause for Joy. Thank you so much. Karibu sana. All right. Huo ni upande wangu wa kulia. Na kwa upande wangu wa kushoto ningependa nimkaribishe Bwana Kanyi Mwaura. Kanyi Mwaura. Namuona anakaribia. Tafadhali tuharakishe kidogo kwa sababu muda pia umetupa kisogo. Ningependa tuharakishe kidogo. Can as is being hoisted up. Remember, na ningependa kumbuke, this is as far as you come, and do not touch my podium. Those are lights, expensive lights. So let's be mindful. Let's be mindful. Higher. So ladies and gentlemen, this is Kanyi Mwaura. Kanyi Mwaura. Kanyi Mwaura. Asante sana. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is sportsmanship. No bad blood here. Ama namna gani? This is just politics, si ndio? Oh, okay. Naona kuna side wamesema Z. Anyway, my job is done. I have introduced them. Over to you guys, my wonderful moderators. Please, have at it. Karibuni sana.
Thank you.
Haya.
Good evening. Good evening.
You guys look absolutely stunning.
Why, thank you.
Now, I understand you guys believe what your docket means.
Yes.
And talking about your docket, right? Your docket basically means you're the president's sidekick, right? And you being the president's sidekick, I believe you understand what it takes, and I believe you guys have whatever it takes to be what you're aspiring for, right? Now, to start everything off, what makes you believe that you can be the deputy president? What makes you think that you have whatever it takes to be Daystar's deputy president?
Okay, should I begin?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the question. First of all, I'd love to introduce myself. My name is Joy Kega Mutua. I am a student of the School of Psychology, and I'm also taking a minor in public relations. And what assures me that I am capable to hold the position of deputy president is, first of all, my service has been tried and tested. I have served for 3 consecutive years under the Daystar Christian Fellowship, and currently I'm outgoing Daystar Christian Fellowship treasurer, and I have worked hand in hand with the school and the administration to ensure that I run with the affairs of the school amicably and well. And apart from that, I know myself, I am a leader, not a politician, as people mainly see for that. I am a leader. I have worked with people apart from the Christian Fellowship, and I believe that I am the next best deputy president of DUSA.
All right, okay. Can I have the timer? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kanyi Mwaura, alias Khan, and I am a third-year law student. And what makes me believe I can be one of the best deputy presidents in history is, one, I have related with people from various schools. For the last 3 years that I have been a student, I have served in different capacities, running from DCF and a Sing Africa in service team, coming to do laws, and I've also been serving as my cohorts. And I've also been serving as my cohort's class representative for the past 3 years. And being that, I understand the academic concerns not only of the students in my class, not only the students in School of Law, but also the students cutting across all the 10 schools in Daystar University. Thank you.
Now, I just want us to to dive deep into resource distribution, to be specific. Now, talking about resource contribution, right? The question is, do you believe there is enough resource distribution in both campuses? And talking about that, the same question. If not, what concrete policies will you implement for equal resource distribution? I want to link that question to my next question, then you'll just finish up. The next question that I'm trying to ask is, in what specific ways will you support the president while maintaining your mandate to promote academic excellence? We'll start with Joy, then we'll move forward.
Thank you for that question. I'm not quite clear whether you said resource distribution or contribution.
I said resource distribution.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I do not believe that there is an equal distribution of resource for either campuses, and I say this with a sight and a scope for each and everything pertaining especially to the academic aspects of the school. Take, for example, the distribution of resources, not just in terms of Athi River, Nairobi, but also in terms of, the stocking of educational material is not well distributed. I believe the school does not prioritize fully the responsibility of ensuring that we have a quality education as a university. And I believe the distribution of resources needs to be better looked upon, and with the help of my council and the help of the congresses as well, I see that the distribution of resources, and especially in the academic aspect, is well utilized. In terms of Athi River and Nairobi, I believe that Athi River, since it is technically the main campus of the school, has better resource, but I feel like it's not yet well utilized by the people who are necessary to do so. As for my campus, I'd love to speak on its behalf. It has a lot of challenges, but they are yet unseen and unspoken of. But let me swiftly move into the support of the president. I believe that my president and I, my president of choice, Matthew Kipchirchir Tanui, and I will work hand in hand to ensure that everything that we have said in our manifestos, we shall see come to pass by God's grace in Jesus' name.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kega. Over to you, Khan.
To address the first part of the question, that's based off resource management. The first question is whether I do think that if there are enough resources academically, and I do believe no, we could do way, way better. What's the next question, if I'm not wrong, is what I could do to get there, to make them better, right? That's the second question.
I'll repeat the second question. The second question was, in what specific ways will you support the president while maintaining your mandate to promote academic excellence?
There's the second part of the first question on resource distribution.
Also, the first question was, do you believe there's enough resource distribution in both campuses? And if not, what concrete policies will you implement for equal resource distribution?
Under my docket, as stipulated in the Schedule 2, Article 69, I believe, of the DUSA Constitution, one of the committees that is under my docket is the Postgraduate and ODEL Affairs Committee. For some students who may not know, ODEL is the one that is in charge of e-learning and also the my library on fingertips. And I do believe there is one way it needs, because we are not always in school. Actually, most of the times we're either in our rooms or in our houses, or for the Nairobi students, mostly at home. By implementing stricter measures with the ODEL team, I'll be able to ensure that all resources that we need are attained inside my library on fingertips. Because from first-hand experience as a law student, there are times that we really do struggle to get material, especially on my loft. And I do believe some of the other schools struggle also with that. But I will ensure that is streamlined all throughout the schools, all throughout the 10 schools. The second question is about how I'll support the president while still retaining and ensuring I do my roles. One of my pillars that I stand with is excellence, and excellence circles around excellence both in my role and.
Okay.
Listen. Excuse me. You will allow my moderators to do their job, and I will allow you to do your chairing. Is that okay? Sawa sawa.
So moving forward, if elected as deputy president, you'll definitely be tasked with promoting academic excellence within the university. So how do you define academic excellence in a measurable and practical terms? And what specific initiatives will you implement to achieve that? Like how will you, provide a platform for students to promote that academic excellence?
Should I begin? Thank you. Could you reduce the highs on the mic, please? Thank you. So, how do I measure academic excellence, and how do I ensure that the academic excellence is actually foreseeable and attainable? I believe academic excellence is measured by the ability for a student to have a holistic student lifestyle. An academically excellent student is okay with, the welfare that they're experiencing, from their accommodation to their food, to their healthcare, to their housing. Every single thing that entails a student needs to be set in place for someone to be academically excellent. And as a measure for this academic excellence, I also ensure to create an environment where, and alongside with my very able team, create an environment where the academic excellence is ensured. Also, in terms of the students being able to articulate their views and issues concerning their various schools, working hand in hand with the Congress to be able to list down all the issues that the students are facing and addressing them one by one until we actually have attained academic excellence. Academic excellence in terms of ensuring that students, alongside, their counterparts, a holistic student is a student who is able to get a good GPA, and even those who are experiencing the challenges concerning the academics, be it financial, be it, in their mental health. I'm a student of psychology. I understand the gravity of the mental health of a student, how it affects the ability for a student to attain academic excellence, and to ensure that each and every one of those little facets that entail a holistic student are met. And an academic student that is experiencing excellence will be able to have an ability to continue with their education regardless of the challenges that they're facing. Thank you.
Sorry, please. What you've just said right now, I've not gotten you clearly. To continue with what?
With the academics holistically, and make them functional working individuals even as they step into the marketplace.
Okay, so in short, what are the practical terms?
The practical ways to ensure
to promote academic excellence.
To ensure that, first of all, the environment for them is well set in place.
How?
So their food, accommodation, working hand in hand, the office of the deputy president only, stipulates for the ability for them to especially work hand in hand with the president, especially in relating with the student affairs and relaying them to the relevant authorities sitting in the Senate, being able to articulate the issues to the relevant authorities and the people who can actually fix the problems that the students are facing. And in that case, the students are facing challenges that are, from housing, accommodation, food, transport, so many things. So to create a holistic student and have a student that has attained academic excellence, you need to be able to curate and fix all the issues that the person is experiencing.
How I understand academic excellence to be is, by the time you attain academic excellence, the measure is how well-rounded you are with the career that you're in or in the professional space that you're in.
Sorry, Khan. Yes. Could you please pause the timer for Khan? Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Yeah. Don't worry, we'll actually loop it back. I want us to just give them the respect they deserve. It's not fair that you're here to attend the debate and you're busy making noise and chatting with your friend, and in real sense, things are being said here that you could pay attention to. If you're not willing to be here, kindly, please, We have exits and we have security guards that can show you out in the event that you have forgotten your way out. But in the meantime, let's allow them very good and ample time for them to be able to answer the questions and for you guys to be able to know what to ask in the event that you have a question. Let's be guided. Is that okay? Over to you, timekeeper's area. I'm really sorry, Khan.
No worries. Thank you, Fidel. As I was saying, academic excellence is vast with how you handle the professional space out here. And like how we've been learning in secondary and primary schools, you're not graded by how many marks you have, but by how efficient you are in the world outside. This is literally possibly what you're going to be doing for your whole life. So the academic excellence of a student to me is measured by how efficient are you when you go out there. As a law student, wherever you'll go to work, they won't really care much on what you have learned. They'll care much on, yes, you've learned it, what are you gonna do with it? How am I going to ensure academic excellence is done? Last year, during the graduation, there was one nursing student named Camilas who was awarded given an award because he basically brought in something in School of Law that caters for those students who are, maybe they're not understanding concepts well or they're taking time. And basically, whatever he introduced helped so many students be able to undig themselves from the pits of being academically not excellent. It saved a lot of nursing students the hassle of keeping on repeating exams, repeating units. And I do say here that I will make it vast around all schools because I do believe every single student here should not be measured by the capacity of their inability to do something. You cannot put a fish outside the water and expect it to swim. And by introducing that, he used to call it Ubuntu. By introducing that, I do believe that every single student seated here on all 10 schools, Nairobi or at the river, will be able to attain the academic excellence that they came to seek in Daystar University. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so my next question is, as an aspirant, as a deputy president aspirant, you definitely must know like some of the issues, the academic issues that students face here. So I'd like you to like talk about some of them, to mention them, and also to tell us how you're going to address those issues from the moment you're going to receive an academic grievance from a student and to the point where action will be taken. Like how long is that going to take to deal with the issue or to solve it? Yeah, you can begin.
Okay. I do believe there are issues that are one student-centered and issues that students cannot control. The first one being funds and finances to pay school fees and what they need around school. That one a student does not have the ability to control. So as the next deputy president, I will put up a fund or a way to assist those students who are financially struggling to be able to bypass that issue. This includes paying strict attention to already the ones that have been put on by my predecessors in the school at large. Again, is the issue of academic probity. That one, I answered it when I was talking about mentorship through the Ubuntu program that was brought in by Camilas. That will help students be able to not only learn from one perspective of the lecturer, but to learn also from other people. I do believe when a lecturer mentions something, it may bypass you, but the moment you hear it being explained to you by another student who understood it, you'll be able to effectivize it and make it, understand it better. Yes. Thank you.
Allow me to answer this question from the back. How long will it take for me to address some of the issues that I'm about to state? Effective immediately after entering office. Immediately I attain that office, I will ensure that the issues that I'm about to state will start seeking out the relevant ways to ensure that they are sorted out as soon as possible. So the issues that I know you have allowed me to state them, there is a large issue in terms of the attachments, internships, and the clinicals. There is a big issue and a large gap in the lack of efficient resource, as I've just mentioned, materials like our books, And in the e-learning, the MyLoft, the actual physical libraries, we have so many challenges in terms of ensuring that every student has, their grades coming to them at the end of every semester, ensuring that the students have everything they require for them to be able to sit exams, their exam cards coming in time, even if the fee balance is quite minimal. I will advocate for each and every one of these problems. For the issues of attachments and internships, I will ensure that with the connections that I currently have and the ones that I am going to strictly and keenly look for, I will ensure that each and every student from each and every school does not have a hard time looking for internships, looking for attachments, and looking for clinicals. The next issue is the lack of sufficient material. I will work hand in hand with the deans of each and every school to get rid of the outdated materials that we find in our libraries, and both online and physically, and ensure that each and every student has access to the current reading material. And yeah, because we can't keep complaining about high levels of ChatGPT use and such when there's no relevant materials for that. And even
Time.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you. So, at the core of each Ivy League institutions of higher learning, it is academic excellence. But the journey doesn't stop there. It is the ability to turn the academic excellence into viable solutions that do solve problems in the society. And Daystar is not strange to this concept. Hence, DRICE is in place. But I do not know how many Daystarians actually know what DRICE is and where it is located. And the irony bit of all this is that DRICE is only located in Nairobi campus, and Daystar Athi River campus, main campus to be specific, does not have DRICE offices. Now, as this falls under your docket to just also, measure academic excellence with innovation, what are the plans you have in store to keep innovation in Daystar surviving, and also to push with DRICE to get to, the local, not to the local per se, but just to make sure that all the students embrace innovation, all the students are part of the initiatives, and it is well understood. I'll start with Khan.
Okay. Your main question is circling around how students, specifically at the River students, can be more versed with DRICE and such initiatives, right?
Yes, and innovation at large.
And innovation at large. Being in university, we don't just do bookwork. We also learn about what some of my lecturers like to call street smart. So that brings in the innovations. What I can do to bring that better is, first of all, go to the relevant offices to get DRICE here, so that even at the River students can get an equal opportunity to have DRICE that backs them up with their innovations, be it in terms of something that they've invented, and a code that maybe they've written to assist in one way or another, or maybe articles that they have written to help people all around Daystar and even without. So I'll also verse myself with the help of the different congresses from the different school to be able to appropriately point out or get students and innovators from their schools in the current field that they are doing. That will help me get a network of how I can sit down with them and be like, how are you going to do this, and what's the next step with your innovation? Because it does not only end in Daystar, it is meant to help both Daystar University students and people outside there. It may also be something that will be the livelihood of a student once they're outside Daystar. So generally my plan is to hold meetings with the relevant offices to see how it can be brought up, hold meetings with the congresses that will be elected to understand and get those students who are interested and have that capability of innovation and how to apply them. Thank you.
Before you respond, please, let's just be silent. Please. Let's maintain silence to just give them ample time to respond to questions.
I think one of the challenges that comes with, ensuring that DRICE is something that's even known by the students. I know many of us here, we are students of Daystar, yet we don't understand what DRICE entails. So let's just take it down and break it apart and say DRICE is the body that enables a student to come up with innovations, enables them, works with them, enables them to look for grants, to be able to uplift the student, and for them to have another way to find income, to find connections, to find everything that they require to become a holistic student. And in order to keep innovation alive, we need to educate people on the different capacities that they can actually plug into the school. With DRICE, I know it is not present here in the Athi River campus, which is quite unfortunate. I will ensure by the first 1 month of my tenure that DRICE has an office here in Athi River, because this is where the majority of the students are, and I believe that there are great minds who innovate and actually need to be encouraged to step forward, because we have so many outlets for students to be able to come together, put their minds together, seek help from external organizations for them to find funding, and to enable to uplift them apart from being an academically excellent student, but also a holistic student and ready for the marketplace, because it opens up doors for them. And I will ensure in my office and in my tenure in the first 1 month that DRICE will be present in Athi River campus.
Thank you. Now, there's another rampant issue that the students have been facing when it comes to unit registration. I think if you've been following with the debate, how is it that while choosing units, I'm a Daystar Athi River student, but I'm being forced to register a unit being taken at Daystar Nairobi campus? To make it worse, the school is not going to cater for my transport to and fro, both evening and morning, and it is not my fault, that is school's fault. I don't know if you have a plan to mitigate that, in that if the school has done that, it is now their fault to ensure I attend my classes, I don't miss my classes, and transport is secured for me. I don't know how you're going to circumvent that. Let me hear from you. I can start with the lady and then Kan Maura.
Okay, in terms of unit registration, I am a student of psychology from Nairobi campus pursuing my degree, and I can see it in my day-to-day trying to register for units, that there is clear disorder in the systems that are set to ensure that each person is able to attain the class that they are required to take in the coming semester. In terms of transport, to work hand in hand with Dell to ensure that each person can attain clear transport and affordable transport at that. And the issue that they always bring forward is the lack of quorum in terms of the classes, and the little mambo jumbos that they bring to ensure that we are distorted in terms of our classes. So I will work hand in hand with the congresses of each and every school. I will work hand in hand with the class reps of each and every school and each and every course to ensure that the classes that they require to take at each semester are provided, and the lecturers know before time and beforehand what they are taking with each and every semester. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, the MC.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our amazing deputy presidents. And if you see me here, it only means one thing. Questions. Questions.
Okay, hi. My name is Changi Dalmas, and I'm standing here for only one question, if not two. We might be busy consuming what other people produce and producing what we cannot consume as a school in terms of the products we produce out there to the job markets. So my question goes this way: how are you going to make sure that we have the quality assurance in education services that are being offered in this school, in that we cannot be that are supposed to be on the standard of the nation requirements? Thank you.
So what we're going to do is, you're going to write down the questions, you're going to memorize the questions in your case, and then we'll answer them all together. Is that okay? Fine.
Okay, my question goes to Kanye. You said that you've been a class rep, and I didn't really hear if you've served in any other capacity. So, considering that the reality is that it is a huge jump, handling the affairs of about 60 individuals within your class, as opposed to handling the issues of a few thousand across 2 campuses. What tangible evidence do we have that you have the capability to handle the relevant academic issues and others within your docket, considering you have no real track record for us to look towards regarding your competence? Thank you.
Good evening, President-elect, Deputy President-elect. So my name is Benjamin Mshindi, currently serving as I'm a student in School of Science and also vying for Congress. So my question is this. As we are aware, in your capacity as a future Deputy President of this school, your main docket is mostly the academic sector, right? And I have a major issue, and it's really affecting schools in different ways. I am aware that at a given point in time, the School of Law GPA, the marks for grading, was actually reduced from an A being 90% to an A being 70. Now, currently in my school, for us, an A is 90. And it's something that is really affecting us in such some kind of way, because we are seeing it's like it's not being fair. Why is it that some schools, an A is quite higher than the rest, and it's really affecting our GPA? Number 2, I have a firm belief that in this school, we have brilliant brains. And is there that you, as the future deputy president, in matters academics, you can promote a way they can be able to be identified by scholarship opportunities? Like, let's say, I can give an example of Equity, Fly, Wings to Fly is also a place where you can, identify these students, because Daystar being a private university does not necessarily mean that all of us were blessed in an equal way. Ways where you can, these students with scholarship opportunities. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have the questions?
Benjamin, could you repeat the last part of your question?
Is there a way to integrate other parties like Equity and other financials to come and step up for students that are doing well but are struggling financially? Is there a place for them in your government? That is the. So check. 1, 2. All right. Nyao. I don't know, Kega Khan, who wants to go first?
I can go first.
Of course.
So Dalmas, thank you for the question. You asked how to ensure that we have quality assurance in terms of the services that are offered in the university academic-wise. Ensuring, first of all, my solutions entail, ensuring, first of all, that we have competent lecturers who come forth to ensure that we have quality in terms of the information they're relaying to us in our classrooms, ensuring that our syllabuses are reviewed, because I believe there are some syllabuses that are very much outdated and they are not really relevant in the current market space. Take, for example, School of Communication. School of Communication has outdated facilities and equipment that they require to create them into a holistic individual, as I mentioned earlier. And take, for example, School of Nursing, the equipment for them to be able to do each and everything to make them a capable nurse.
Sorry, Kega, I'll give you your 60 seconds back. Again, we don't have to do this over and over again. The sooner you guys just cooperate, the faster we leave here. I don't know what these mamas are, and I think I'll have security tell those guys that are outside, if you're not here, you can't be making noise from outside. And if you're in here, you've agreed to cooperate and agree to the T&Cs of this debate. So, Joy, you have 60 seconds.
Could I ask for a bit more time? Because the questions are a bit more
Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Yes.
I'll try to do my best with what I have. Okay, so in terms of the School of Law and other schools having their cutoff points being a bit lower, I know it looks like it could be very unfair, especially to some schools who also have hard content to take up. They have hard schoolwork. And we will review alongside all the deans of the schools, the cutoff points for each and every school and ensure that each school has a cutoff point in terms of their grades that is suited for each and every school. And for the final question, in terms of the scholarship opportunities asked by Mshindi, I would like to speak on the fact that I am also a beneficiary of a scholarship, so I understand the weight of lacking fees. I understand the weight of not being able to do your exams because you don't have enough school fees. And I will ensure that I will do my best to work with each and every partner in terms of, for example, MasterCard, Equity, and each and every person that is willing to stretch a hand out and help a student and bring those facilities to this university and ensure that each student is equipped with what they require to have a holistic, academic, excellent experience in Daystar University. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Kega. Higher. Thank you. Yes, Sawa. Thank you so much. Over to you, Khan. Please.
Okay. To quickly address the issues brought forth, there's the first one that was asked by my tangible evidence of how I'm going to handle thousands of students as compared to 60 in my class. I do believe to anyone who's been a class rep, handling class issues are not as easy as you've perceived them to be in your question. However, I have served in different capacities, not just as a class rep. I've also planned some events specifically in DCF, and I do believe I have what it takes to be a leader. What I can tell you to answer your question is sit down, relax, and watch. And to add on to that, I believe you're a first-year law student, so I do believe you still have some exposure needed to learn about what I have done in law school. Thank you.
All right.
Number two is was asked by Dalmas Ichange, and what I got from his question was, how are we going to ensure that students all around the university meet the national standards needed out there? First of all is to ensure the credibility of, one, all your lecturers, and two, to review even what is needed out there. I understand for nursing, you have a nursing council that stipulates what is needed out there. So we shall work hand in hand with the dean and your lecturers to ensure that that is approached. There was also a question that was asked on the School of Law grading system. And as it stands, yes, I do understand the School of Law A grade starts from a 70, while other schools starts at 90. That shall be reviewed when I enter to be a deputy president, and you need to understand the concept of equity and equality. Lastly is the financial statement. We will get more and more organizations out there to assist students who are struggling financially. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khan. Thank you so much, Kega. All right. Msikilizaji ana mtazamaji, kilicho na mwanzo hakikosi mwisho, na hicho kimekuwa kitengo cha naibu rais katika chuo kikuu cha Daystar. So ladies and gentlemen, let me appreciate Kanyi Mwaura and Joy Kega. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. All right, let's haya. Sawa. Thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes to prepare to receive our presidential aspirants. Now for the top office. It's not happening now, it's happening in the next 2 minutes. Dakika ni mbili, msikilizaji na mtazamaji. 1 2 check. Okay, watazamaji. Mswahili anasema ngoja ngoja huumiza matumbo, na kipindi ambacho sote tumekuwa tukisubiria kimewadia. Ni masaa ya kuwakaribisha wagombea urais chuo kikuu cha Daystar. Kwa hiyo ningependa tuwakaribishe kwa vifijo na nderemo kwa shangwe na vigelegele. Ingine ni gani? Nderemo na shangwe na vifijo. Haya. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the presidential aspirants. To my right we have Matthew Tanui. Remember, we have a podium here and I would not want you to damage it. So be mindful as you welcome Matthew Tanui. Remember, there are lights over there, so be careful. Matthews Tanui is our first presidential aspirant. Ladies and gentlemen, ningependa tumkaribishe kwa makofi anapokaribia. Thank you so much, Bwana Matthew. Welcome on stage. Karibu sana ndugu. Welcome. Haya. As they sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Faith Beatrice. Ndiye mpinzani wake Matthews. She is the contestant. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Faith Beatrice. Karibu sana. Welcome Faith Beatrice. Welcome. Sawa. One more time. Our presidential aspirants. Oh yes. Haya, thank you so much. Tutulie. Asante. Ningependa tutulie. Haya. Sawa, asante. Thank you. Haya, tunaanza. Over to you moderators.
Thank you.
My timekeepers, are you ready? Ready? Asante sana. So over to you, Colin.
Thank you. We can all relax, please. Time.
Colin, just ask the questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matthew Tanui and Ms. Beatrice, for being here. I hope you had a great day. We are hoping to have a candid conversation, and please respond to our questions with exactness and precision. I'll go straight forward to my first question. Please, order. I'll go straight to the first question, and I'll engage Mr. Matthew, and then Madam Beatrice. Now, one of the key problems that the students are facing, it is the medical insurance. To be specific, Daystar staff uses Jubilee Insurance, but Daystar uses Fidelity Insurance, one of the shadiest insurance, not to throw shade, but the quality of insurance is not suit for Daystarians. Because why will you send me a list of clinics, and some of the clinics are in Kitui, some of the clinics are, nowhere, and yet we have the best insurance in this country that can cater for Daystarians. So as you sit in those tender committees to fight for Daystar needs, what are you going to do when it comes to Daystar insurance for the medical part? We can start with Tandui and then Madam Beatrice. Let's go.
Pursuant to Article 18 of the DUSA Constitution, which provides for the function of the President partly as to sit at university tender committee meetings, I will advocate for a comprehensive insurance like Jubilee, as you said, so that students can get comprehensive health care. And I know that this issue not only affects students living on campus, but also affects students who also go for clinicals, the nursing students who go for clinicals. Yeah, so I will advocate at the university tender committee meetings, I will advocate for a comprehensive healthcare insurance.
So good evening, everyone. I'm sorry, my voice is a bit scratchy because I was supporting my able council when they were here giving you valid points, okay? And they are strong enough. So to start with the question that CM has asked, my priority is to ensure that every student has affordable healthcare, okay? So because under the functions of the President, according to the DUSA 2024 Constitution, Article 18, 1F, it mentions that the functions of the President is to attend university tender committees meeting when the tender involves students' medical insurance, issues to do with transport and student welfare. So with this, I'm going to make sure that when I'm in those committees, I make sure that I firmly negotiate for a student medical cover that will be able to cover the gap that is there. When it comes, you see, listen. I've had a lot of students complaining that the medical insurance can't cover things to do with dental surgery, and more so the rugby players when they get injured. The student cover can't cover that, so I'll try and negotiate in the tender committees to get affordable medical cover that will cover such for our students. I insist on affordable. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Sticking to that, I'm more concerned about how you're going to choose your committees, considering the fact that as you choose your committees, you need to focus on competency, number one, diversity, number two, and then the gender balancing. But that's not the point. I want to focus more specifically on one committee that has been doing well, the transport committee. They should receive their flowers. But also to mention an issue in the transport sector within Daystar. From here to Nairobi, it is 200 shillings. That's okay. From here to Cabanas and back, it is 150. How is it that me, as a person who's going to the Vic, I'm paying 150, yet I can pay 100 shillings? How is it that that their system can only accept 150 and 200? It's not making sense, because we need to focus on affordability for students, especially those who commute on daily basis, especially those intending to commute this May semester as they go for their practicums in various locations. I think you can respond to that. And then,
in my manifesto, I have articulated a care agenda, which under Article 18 of the DUSA Constitution, I want to lobby for affordable transport services when sitting at the university tender committee meetings. I believe that this is a simple
problem that can be handled within the first 30 days, to advocate for us for affordable transport and also transport that is reliable. Thank you.
Thank you. Minimize your reactions. Yes.
Still going back to Article 18. Still going back to Article 18, where it is mentioned that the president sits in the tender committee to discuss things such as transport. So that is where you negotiate. You have to diplomatically negotiate with the school. You diplomatically negotiate with the school, and you negotiate. Listen, I'm about to bomb a very important point, so you better listen or you perish, okay?
Okay. Let's keep time.
So, I'm going to negotiate so that we negotiate around the circumstances involving transport, so that we come up with something that is affordable for students. Because I really understand not everyone in Daystar is able to understand to afford things such as transport to and fro, and also the people who commute, and even those who have classes in Valley Road. Because you find some people they are in Athi River campus and they have classes in Valley Road campus, and also some people are in Valley Road campus and have classes in Athi River. So I'm going to make sure that one is done. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sawa. Thank you. Let's keep it down.
Just a follow-up question on that. As you promise to try and negotiate all this, you need to understand there's Daystar University and then there's Daystar Enterprise Limited. One is a total company in business. So how are we going to mitigate that? As you do that, just also in 1 second, we'll also want to understand, as you take up this leadership position, which is the presidential, the students will want to understand more about your integrity in terms of financial integrity, openness, and also we've seen issues with regimes not being in agreement with the council and all that. How are you going to handle such issues and stuff? Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll start by answering that. I'm going to make sure the DUSA works closely with the DUSA Oversight Committee task monitoring the office. Also, under the office of the treasurer, there is a committee that audits. So I'll make sure that the office of the treasurer produce audits and present it to the students, so that they are able to see what goes on with their money that they pay. They have to know. Listen, they have to know what goes on with their money. So I'll make sure that annually reports are given, the audit reports are given annually or maybe every semester.
Article 14 of the DUSA Constitution provides for financial probity of student leaders and states verbatim that any donation to a student leader in his capacity as a student leader is a donation to students of the association and shall be submitted to the office of the Dean of Students to be channeled to the students. And so, in my capacity as president, I would advocate for transparency when it comes to getting grants, getting partnerships, and I would take all those finances that I've gotten from the partnerships and take them to the office of the Dean of Students so that it can be remitted to the Student Association. Because this association is an association by the students and for the students.
Okay. Thank you for the reactions.
So moving forward, I'm going to start from a very simple, with a very simple question to each one of you. What is your vision for DUSA under your leadership, based on obviously Article 18 and your understanding of the president's role?
Article 18 provides for the role of the president as chairing council meetings, as sitting at University Senate meetings to represent the interests of students, as sitting at University Tender Committee meetings, as delegating responsibilities to different students and student leaders of the association, as liaising with the DCF chair from time to time as needed, yeah, and representing the association at official functions. Thank you.
So, according to Article 18 of the 2025 DUSA Constitution, I have, as a president, the mandate to represent, to chair the meetings of the association, also to attend tender committees, okay? To attend tender committees and negotiate about transport, social, and everything student welfare. Another thing is to also attend Senate meetings that happen maybe twice a semester. So during this time that I'm going to apply my mandates, I'm going to make sure I represent the voice of the students in everything that I do there. Because I chair the meetings of the association, I directly understand what other students also face, because once I sit down with my council, it is very much possible that you get feedback from the Congress who directly interact with the students on ground. So once I get what the students want, I can represent their voices at large at the Senate. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, sawa, iko sawa, iko sawa. Aya, wewe. Iko sawa, iko sawa. Please allow the moderators time to do their work. Proceed.
My second question to both of you is, if elected, you'll be required to represent the interests of the association at the Senate of the university as a whole. So I think it's important. I think that it's important that you mention some of the specific issues you feel like the student body face and how effectively you're going to represent them at the Senate. Yeah.
Pardon?
The main issues that students face are issues to do with food, security, healthcare, and many other problems faced by the students.
Mention them.
I am...
Okay, excuse me. Sawa, asante. Tumekusikia, we've heard you. Guys, let's avoid chanting when they are talking. Sawa, hata nyinyi, let's avoid chanting when they are talking. We are grown-ups, and I understand the love and passion that you have for them. But let's keep it professional. I'm so over to you.
In Article 18, in connection with Article 20 of the DUSA Constitution, provides for the roles of the President and the Secretary General as sitting at the University Senate Committee meetings. So I would work hand in hand with my Secretary General to address such issues like food, healthcare, and security at the University Senate meetings. And apart from that, my manifesto under the under the voice agenda, advocates for Senate meetings whose agendas are predetermined for student welfare solely, each and every semester. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Faith Beatrice.
Okay, so
please.
Recently, you found that this issue is the security of campus, majorly, because there are no security lights. These are issues that we can address with the Senate, because the students face them directly, and therefore we can address it as a concern in the Senate. So there is security, there is also food quality, more so for people living on campus. That is one of the complaints I've received. And there is also food prices. As you understand that not everyone in Daystar is able to afford food. And also there is high rent prices that I've had when I was talking to my campus governors. I heard it from my campus governor from Athi River, mentioning that a lot of students are complaining to him that the rent are hiked, and if you don't pay rent at the right time, they add some amount on top. So this is something we can address with the university senate so that we collectively find a measure to it. And also recently I've been receiving phone calls from students where they're receiving threats and arrests without explanations, and that is not something that is supposed to happen. Yeah, that is not something that is not supposed.
Okay.
As Daystar students,
Reactions.
As Daystar students, we are supposed to rise as equals, and we therefore are not supposed to use the connections we have to deprive the ones who are low. And we are supposed to use the connections we have to leverage our students and not to fight them. Thank you.
Okay, my last question is, if elected as president, how are you going to define the success of your term? And what specific initiatives or programs do you have in place that are going to measure the success of your term?
Okay.
Just to buttress her question, for instance, the current regime has done the lap run. I remember the other regimes have also come up with nice initiatives to also, do that. So what are the projects that will define your leaderships?
Okay, so I first want to acknowledge Lewis Sekento for coming up with LAPRAN that is meant to help the students who are not able to afford school fees and things like meals on campus and also off campus. With that, I'm going to continue with Lewis Sekento's legacy, and also with me, my agenda is to leave impact to each and everyone's life, but through the Congress. So I'm going to make sure that I work hand in hand and integrate the DUSA Council and the Congress so that they are able to directly impact the students in their school. That is the impact that I want to leave to them, without lying to any students. Yes.
Haya, hiyo imetosha.
I want to start with you because
I have not answered the question.
Oh.
Yes. The inaugural lap run by the incumbent Lewis Sekento is a bright idea, but the implementation is very poor because we need to have activities that have value for money. The money collected from the lap run, in comparison with the money that was used to organize the lap run, there is a disparity. And so,
Okay.
my legacy.
Sawa.
Listen.
Sawa.
My legacy for the students of the Daystar University Students Association would be for the hungry students, they should get quality. For the fearful students, they should get security. For the academic, they should get representation. For the creative, they should get a platform. And for the believer, they should get harmony. Thank you.
Hey. Aya. Thank you. Sawa. You guys have a lot of energy and I appreciate that. I appreciate your energy as well. Nashukuru. Can we save it for later? Over to you, Presley. Tafadhali, ni Masaya Presley.
Now, I just want to start with you because you mentioned something about partnerships. Yes. I just wanted to understand what you meant by that. And talking about partnerships, I want to link that with my second question. You mentioned something about Article 14. I believe it talks about gifting and donating.
Financial property.
Yes. So Article 14 states that any gift or donation given to a leader in an official capacity belongs to the association, right?
Yes.
How will you ensure that gifts from external partners don't compromise your independence, and what specific systems will you implement to ensure every shilling is remitted to the dean of students? Now, I want to link that question to my second question, to my third question. Article 33, you stated very clearly, and it says it gives students a right of recall. it actually makes them, it actually gives them power to take you out of office, given the fact that you maybe go against what you promised. Now, Article 33 gives students right of recall. The Constitution allows students to fire you if you fail. If in 6 months from now, a third of the student body signs a petition to remove you, will you fight it through legal technicalities, or will you honor what the students want?
Now,
so you'll just start then full.
Okay, let me start with the right to recall. The right to recall under Article 33 is the right to recall congresses. But under Article 27, it provides for removal from office by impeachment. Yeah, so for me, Article 4, you've asked about independence, yeah? Yes.
Should I repeat my first question?
Yes, you should.
Yeah, so Article 14
Yes.
talks about, it states that any gift or donation given to a leader in an official capacity belongs to the association. How will you ensure that gifts from external partners don't compromise your independence? And what specific systems will you implement to ensure every shilling is remitted to the Dean of Students?
Okay, so under Article 14, I'm going to read it in connection with Article 4. Article 4 provides for the non-affiliation of the student association to external factors like political parties, etc., except where necessary for the benefit of the student body. So under Article 14 and the provisions of the DUSA Constitution for the committees, there's an Audit and Risk Committee. I would work hand in hand with the Audit and Risk Committee to ensure the financial probity and to ensure transparency. And I would work with the Speaker of Congress to ensure that the congressional members put me in check for all partnerships that I will look for. Thank you.
Was that question directed to me or him alone?
I'll repeat the first question.
Pardon?
I'll repeat the first question.
Okay.
So Article 14 states that any gift or donation given to a leader in an official capacity belongs to the association. So your question, how will you ensure that gifts from external partners don't compromise your independence, and what are the specific systems you will implement to ensure every shilling is remitted to the Dean of Students? And I'll also repeat the last question. The last question was, Article 33 gives students right of recall. It basically means that students have a right to get you out of office. So the Constitution allows students to fire you if you fail. Now, if in 6 months from now, a third of the student body signs a petition to remove you, will you fight it through legal technicalities, or will you honor what the students want?
First things, when it comes to assistance from outside, I don't think this will compromise the independence of DUSA under my leadership, because I will make sure that I talk to people who do procurement for the school, and to make sure that these finances are directed to the right place, and also to seek guidance, because trust me, we are also doing this thing for the first time, and it is good to seek guidance and to make sure that nothing is alienated or affected by the external people who are trying to help us, or to make sure they don't take control. And when it comes to the voice of students, one thing I want to say is the student is always right. So if at all they decide that you're going home, you're going home. And this is one thing I wanted to mention. You can't assure students security. You can't assure students to feel safe and give them security when yourself, as a leader, you're not decent and giving threats and using your connections to disrupt people. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm concluding.
Tutulize.
Allow me conclude.
Tutulize.
Allow me conclude that if I am to be impeached, if the students decide they are going to impeach me because I'm not doing the right thing, I won't find it difficult to take it, because they've decided. So I'll do it.
Excuse me. Okay. Haya, to the two gentlemen. Now this is serious. I don't know your name. Steve, if by any chance you do that again, I promise you you're going out. I have told him, if you were paying attention, ungesikia nikimwambia pia. Sawa? I hope you guys will stay guided. Sawa. Okay, Matthews, sorry.
So, first of all, this institution called Daystar is supposed to be led by leaders who practice agenda-based politics. Narratives won't save you from the failure that is preceding you. What you have said are mere allegations meant to save you from agendaless politics.
Check, 1, 2. All right. Aya.
Now.
Sorry. Okay. Hey. Please, bring it down. Thank you. The other side I've brought it down, so bring it down, please. Bring it down. It's okay. To my moderators, I feel like they have deviated from the agenda, and I hope you get them back on track. Please ask your question and make sure they answer your question. Thank you.
Yeah, just one more question.
One more question. Yes, Presley.
So the question that I'm trying to ask both of you is, what's your 100-day plan? Given, if you get in office, what's your 100-day plan? What will you do? We'll start with the lady, then we'll get to...
So, my 100 plan when I get to office is first thing to integrate the DUSA Council, the senior congresses and the Congress, because the Congress is nothing without the DUSA, and the DUSA Council is nothing without the Congress. And the Congresses are the ones who impact the lives of students directly. So we have to make sure we address the issues of the students through the Congress. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Tanui.
Within the first 100 days, I plan to fulfill a 4-point agenda, which includes a care agenda, a voice agenda, a vibe agenda, and a unity agenda. I want to ensure, under the care agenda, to ensure that students get food which is of great quality. I want to assure them security, and I want to assure them healthcare. Under the voice agenda, I plan to give the students back their voice by listening to their views during school-by-school student barazas. Under the vibe agenda, I aim to chair the council and to enable student engagement across campus. And under the unity agenda, I want to bring a harmony accord, a memorandum of understanding signed between the head of DCF, DUSA, DC3, and DULOS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Sawa. Aya, minimize in 3, 2, 1. That's enough. Thank you. Asante. Okay. Haya. Ukiniona hapa, you know why I stand here.
Okay. Okay, calm down. So, Tanui, you have met Changi here, and this is where the honeymoon of lies dies.
Yes.
So, my question, I'm asking a question. Oh, okay, Hey. So, no. Sawa. Okay. Tanui?
Yes, Changi.
Check. 1, 2. Okay. Kidogo. Aya, let's stay guided. Listen. Aya, if the question is targeting an individual, you have permission to mute the microphone. Is that okay? Thank you.
So my first question goes, it's alleged that last year you became a paranoid in the last election and you insulted the ECD. And
My name is Joshua. My name is Joshua Cedric from the. My name is Joshua Cedric from the School of Education, and based on DUSA Constitution, 2025, Chapter 3, Leadership, Integrity, and Student Leaders, which states under Article 12, A, B, and C, values and principles of governance. On Saturday,
Students, you can clearly see. You can clearly see. Clearly see.
Again. I will say time and time again. If it does not concern our welfare, our well-being as students, I do not see how it should be asked here. I hope you guys understand. So the moment you bring that politics here, we mute the microphone for you. It was very clear. Sawa, I'll have him go as I go through your questions. Is that okay? Sawa.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Musembi, and I would like to start off and say a very simple thing. No matter how many emotions you try and push forward, the main agenda of today is for student welfare. Now, I will go firmly and say, looking at this debate from a face value, relax. Looking at this debate from a face value, there are a lot of things that have been offered, very true candidates. But I specifically want to ask Faith a very important question. Now, my question itself is not a personal question. My specific question is not a personal question. I do not take threats, nor am I afraid of any man. But I will say, quoting from the only piece of information we have, you know this out there. Okay. I'm going to base my question purely off the manifestos of the both candidates. Matthew has given us implementation plans and an actual manifesto. Faith, I have a very simple question. You promote leadership where vision meets action. We're in agreement? We are in agreement. But I have a very important question. Without a manifesto or any prior student interaction, how do you plan to give faith to the unseen? Secondly, you stated
okay, first
guys,
if you allow me talk,
Guys, okay.
If you allow me talk.
Okay, please respond if you can. He's telling me that I am addressing Tanui and Faith Beatrice, that the actions of your supporters in regards to this Q&A session will directly affect your results and will directly affect your performance when it comes to the election, and it will involve the disciplinary committee. And I do not think it is something that you want to be done to you, considering your vying. Is that right? And also, I am being guided that there is another program that is supposed to happen here. So, in the event, And to the guys asking the questions, in the event that you feel like your question is targeting someone, have you... if they can find you, if it is under and directed for the well-being of us as students of Daystar University, then you have the powers to ask here. So I will ask Anthony and your colleague to please come, review those questions. If you feel like they are directed to someone, they are not going to be asked here. As the ECD, I will work under your guidance. Is that okay? So please come. Let them come, let them come, let them come. So please, just make your way to the ECD. Make your way to the ECD. They have a review of your questions. And then the ones that will be allowed are the ones that will be asked here. Because we have...
is to leave the world a better place. The whole point of life is to leave a legacy. The reason why I'm vying for presidency is to make sure that I impact the lives of people directly, and I'm going to leave a legacy in Daystar. Thank you.
Tanui.
The amazing students of Daystar. Comrades power. Comrades wisdom. Now, for the hungry student, I promise quality. For the fearful student, I promise security. For the academic, I promise representation. For the creative, I promise a platform. For the believer, I promise harmony. Let us practice agenda-based politics and not fall prey, because for too long as Daystar University, we have fallen prey to narratives and not agenda-based politics.
Thank you so much. Okay, there's a question to there's a question to the both of you. Please go.
Good evening all. My name is Sheila, a PR student. And my question is posed to all the leaders we've had on our podium tonight. And thinking that these are the leaders of those teams, they are in the perfect position to answer this question. Most of our leaders are talking about the way they are going to be coordinating with landowners or landlords out there to have rent reduced. And they're also speaking about how security lights are going to be installed in your tenure. So my question is really particular. Can you break down how exactly this is going to happen? Because a landlord out there is running their business. How exactly are you going to be convincing them to reduce their rates, their rent rates, just because we are Daystar students? And on the issue of security lights, the previous government came in with this particular agenda. The agenda was, we are going to have street lights. Yes. So how is this going to happen? I just need a 2 to 3 sentence breakdown. Yes. Clear.
Okay, so with me as Faith Beatrice as... Okay.
Kidogo tu, we'll take all the questions and then you'll answer. Sawa. So we have one more review that is being done because we're taking only 3 and then you'll answer all of them together. Is that okay? Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Felix Otieno and I have questions for both of you. Are you leading because you have solutions or you believe that you are the best and available option? And number 2, what makes you different from past leaders who promise same things and still fail? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Thank you so much for your question. Do you have a question? Oh, you repeat.
I've said, what makes you different from past leaders who promise same things and failed? And number 2, are you leading because you have solutions or you believe you are the best option available?
Because of time, I think we'll only take those questions. So over to you guys.
Okay, so to start with me as Faith Beatrice as the DUSA president, these issues of campus like security and high rent prices, the only solution we have to it is by coming up with a committee that will negotiate with the landlords. The landlords, they're not animals. You just have to negotiate around the circumstances of the situation. Apart from that, the question that I call him, Manu, the one that he asked, I believe that I'm in the right position to deliver for the students' behalf. I'm a decent human being who is open-minded and have integrity. And I'm open and approachable, and I listen. That is one value that I appreciate I have, and I learned it the hard way. So I listen. So it is very much possible for me, the fact that I listen and open-minded, to come up with solutions that help people. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Faith Beatrice. Yes, Tanui, how would you respond?
On the first question, the DUSA constitution provides for the formation of ad hoc committees where necessary. I would form an off-campus student welfare and security committee headed by the DUSA president, the secretary general, the DVC academics research and student affairs, the dean of students, the chief security officer, Daystar University, the landlords and the caretakers and the chief and the mzee wa mtaa. Yes, that way we can handle all issues pertaining of campus, and we can handle issues pertaining security of campus. Additionally, I would go and champion our rights to the county government of Machakos, and I would go and talk with the area MP so that he can provide lighting. I feel that is a failure of previous regimes. Thank you. And I am different in the sense that I do not carry empty. Yes, I am different in the sense that I do not carry empty rhetoric. I practice agenda-based politics, and I give solutions. And yes, I believe I'm the best option possible.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Faith Beatrice, and this has been Matthews Tanui. Thank you for coming, and I wish you guys all the best in your endeavors. Yes, have a good